Hello, and that's not my camera. Where is Harvey Dent? Okay, so we are going to be starting a new game, but before, I did want to point out, we're going to be trying out this auto-expand mod. And so this is going to be something that's interesting, and more importantly, we scoured the workshop for a river map mode mod. Because the river map mode was killed in 1.10. We are going to be on 1.10. Maybe we should put that in the description. We probably should. So let's actually update that just a sec. Apologies. Updating it on YouTube is a little bit harder. Run a bunch of ads. Nobody clipped that. Run a bunch of. I opened ad and top pop just as I said that because I didn't click run ads. I never intentionally run ads, but I let them run all the ads they want. Where's the YouTube one? We're on 1.1. The open beta is what we're going to be playing on. We can always update it afterwards when it's just a VOD as well. Not like this. How do I YouTube? Alright, we'll figure that out in post. Alright, so hello and welcome everyone. Welcome. Auto-expand sounds like a huge QOL. Yeah. I'm excited for trying that. Hopefully it no longer borks the trade range map mode. Oh, interesting. I don't care about the trade range map mode relative to the river one. But yeah. I appreciate the video note of the patch. Alright, let's figure out how to do it then. How do we edit this? See, it's while it's still live, it's got like a different looking UI. Alright, details. Alright, 1.0.10. Save. But can you explain what possible nobles burgers means? It means that, so, every location has a cap of higher tier pops that it can promote. And what the possible one is, it increases the cap. And so you will have more burghers and nobles. And so this will increase burghers and nobles' powers in the location. You'll have more pops that are eating higher tier goods. It'll increase their tax-based distribution, this type of thing. Prepare yourself for an OCD? Yeah. Get in the gameplay, please? Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. It looks like people overwhelmingly want a new game as Khmer, so let's do that. And by people, I mean the YouTube people, and by the YouTube people, I mean uncouth savages. That's me placating the Twitch people because they didn't get to vote. Twitch people, please don't rise up. Not like this. You're missing third option, Ethiopia. Does Ethiopia have any lakes? We wanted to pick something that would emphasize the new changes to proximity being like kind of bananas. Our vision as Norway was going to take a really long time to execute, to move the capital to Indonesia and claim the Mandate of Heaven. That's actually just a really long run, and so maybe we should have thought that out a little bit differently. Ethiopia. Oh, they put the river map mode right here. Ethiopia. So two changes were made. Is vegetation now doesn't brick proximity, which is huge. And that helps out Ethiopia a little bit, but Ethiopia's main problem, their main problem is the loud car outside. Their main problem is, I'm so not used to using this bottom thing, I don't know where anything is down there. They don't have vegetation issues. Their issue is this big, jagged mountain range. Yellen, Hoka, thank you for the follow, big nice. Like Tuna? Like Tana? What is this guy? Fake Ethiopia enjoyer. But you're right, actually, they do have a lake. So you go from here to here easier. Also the mountain easier. I mean, it's not nothing. But Khmer has a big fat lake, which this is going to be so good. And they have all this vegetation. I think we're going to do a video out of... I think the biggest, like, winner is Kilwa. Actually, and it's, like, not close. Kilwa gets this uber super highway of lakes. And they are entirely jungle. Like, Kilwa has just got an insane come up. You just get this lake super highway. And it's like, the capital is like 3 locations away from this lake superhighway, and so like, all of this, wherever the lake touches, that is our kingdom, Simba, type of thing, you know? Except the lake touches everywhere. When you get the lake in a court of law, they ask you, where did the lake touch you? And you're like, there, except you point to everywhere. Okay, but we're gonna play Khmer. Roads delete topography modifiers mod? Basically. You said Khmer correctly? What do you mean Khmer? Sorry, I meant to pronounce it correctly. So Khmer. Have you seen the Prox at start? Yeah, the Prox is going to be juicy as hell. We have done an Ethiopia run. I'll have you know I did my Ethiopia run before release. And didn't film it because I wasn't allowed to. So... Okay, but let's take a look at our proximity here. This is the main point. Look at that. So we have Angkor here. And look, we get proximity. Oh, it's just 4.3, 4.3. Ba-bam, ba-bam. We loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And, okay, this would make us a little bit tougher, but flatland is really easy to go over. And the fact that roads are going to undo all this stuff is actually just so phenomenal. Interesting they put all this ask for money on to, like, a notification. Alright, so... let's actually maybe walk through our content a little bit, because... a little bit, in our order of operations. What's the River Arrows map mode? The River Arrows map mode is funny. Did it preserve our hotkeys? I have to imagine we have to reassign our hotkey. Yeah, it didn't. Okay, the River Arrows, map mode highlights the trade what is it? Winds. It doesn't really do anything. It used to do something, but not anymore. Okay. Is there some sort of defined meta for investment to make first? Well, usually you want to spin up how much money you're making first, because then everything else flows from that, and you have really, really big opportunities for investment early on. And for a lot of countries, that's going to be fine cloth. Not categorically, but if you check what's really expensive in your market, or actually what has a really... if you look in your market, what has a lot more buy orders than sell orders, all these things are going to jump up in price a lot, even if they don't at the start of the game. Fine cloth is one of those things. And then if you cross-reference that with base price, because you don't care if grain spikes in price because its base price is 1, fine cloth has a base price of 6. And so it's usually fine cloth, but not always. Okay. Pop conversion speed, that's fine. Tax efficiency, this is a very good advance. Monthly legitimacy, saving us on the most expensive expense, generally speaking. Ballista elephants, obviously we're going to be using these. They're not very good, but that doesn't matter to us. We're going to be using them, because pew pew pew, ballista. Okay, urban building cost minus 5%, that's fair enough. God, we even start with the tax efficiency legitimacy. So good. 10% manpower is also really nice. Production... I don't remember Kumai having this good of... Did they add more advances to Kumai? I don't remember them having this good of advances. I think before you pause vid is still accurate for no longer going for centralization. Sand's no longer going for a centralization. I think so too. That's kind of what we're doing here. Is we're evaluating our stuff. Prod efficiency is really, really good modifier, especially when you don't have a lot of it. Prox cost minus 5%. Whoop whoop. Did they add a bunch of advances? Am I going crazy? Did I just... Maybe I just dismissed Kubai because their terrain, like, sucked balls because of the vegetation, and now that it doesn't suck balls. A modern navy for Kumai. Naval damage taken. Excellent modifier. But okay, we don't have... Food production, 20%. It's pretty good. I think we have a food building that's actually exceptional. Even the capital country benefits by... Prosperity didn't matter that much before, now it really matters. Brother. What's the requirement on this? I'm guessing it has to be like river or some shit. Dominant culture just needs to be Kumai for us to build berets. So we get 20% food production everywhere, and then another 20% later, so we just get unlimited food and we just don't care about it. Bro, Kumai's... He's so hot right now, Hansel. That's not the quote, but you know what I mean. Hot damn. Everyone is going to be looking for... So, just generic, as far as I can remember, everyone is going to be getting like 80% prosperity, and so you're going to be on the lookout for another 25% prosperity from anything having to do with your country, so this is real good. And we start with it, baby. Bro. Is this 1.10? No, it's 1.0.10. Yeah. 1.10, we'd have to see to the future. We might have mislabeled it, though. We might have mislabeled it. The guy had explosive diarrhea in the car? What does that have to do with anything? What? I mean, he might have. Which guy? I suppose we don't care. Sometimes your soul just leaves your body through the other hole. I'm thinking that we probably, in theory, would want a religion swap, but we'll take a quick look at what we have going on. I don't remember what this religion does exactly. We do love this, but I think a lot of people get this advance, if I recall correctly. Yeah, any one of these will get it. Food consumption minus 5%, synergizes with extra food production. That's pretty good. It's pretty good if you're doing a lot of conquering. See, if you're like Sunni, you can do a bunch of conquering and no one ever rises up because you have unlimited tolerance of heathens. But if you're not Sunni, you can get pseudo-bricked by, the Rebel Joint Threshold and Rebel Generation are both, like, good modifiers. Mandala system is an interesting one. Culture capacity. This used to be 10 before release. Allows tributaries. Allows tributaries is also interesting because we could maybe push centralization. I don't think we're going to, but, Beret is countrywide. Yeah. Kubai food buff in Civ 6 was kind of crazy. They got buffed. Oh, no, wait. The background noise? Someone's complaining about the background noise in my stream. Do you urbanize every tile? No. Even if you have the food to support urbanizing every tile, it still doesn't make sense. Eventually, the profitability of your buildings, of your burger buildings, starts stepping on the toes of the other ones. And you would just rather have more RGO production. But you can urbanize a lot. We're expecting to urbanize a lot. Okay, so let's kind of just look through what we have going on in terms of this stuff. Okay, all tropical. If I recall, tropical is kind of bad because, yeah, the dev growth penalty. The pop cap is kind of nice, but there's a lot of sources of percentage pop cap, so it kind of gets diluted. I think subtropical, for example, is better. Yeah, it even gives more pop cap, so I think subtropical is the second best, though. Okay. And now, the forest and the jungle, previously really bricking our ability to do stuff, no longer does. And so this is kind of going to be, I think, our power base. Do we want to maybe move... Where do we think of the capital? Oh yeah, we can look at the rivers. I think that... Okay, there's an argument we should move the capital deeper up. I kind of like Angkor, though. It's pretty close to the coast. What do we got in terms of harbors? We could think about long-term moving the capital over here. It's on a hill. We don't want to have the Shining City on a hill. So we have another one over here. Is this also rough terrain? It's fish, so that is kind of rough. Or sorry, wetlands, rather. So I think Angkor is okay. I think we're also going to get content for Angkor specifically. Oh, we start with a beret? Yeah. So we'll probably just leave the capital here. Very nice starting with the Royal Garden. So, and then who are we going to maybe be a little bit scared of? Not Great Yuan, because they're going to shit the bed. But, of course, the Terror of the Deep, Saptagram, will improve relations with them. Fear, Saptagram. And Vijayanagara will also improve relations with. We'll kill our Diplo Slider. And then let's take a look at our religion, because we weren't 100% sure what's going on here. Karma pretty strong. That's what I remember, but you get access to karma if you swap, right? Do vassals and fiefs convert provinces to your cultural religion if you, they're the same as yours? Yes. So again, not maxing out your sliders, but dip slider feels real good. Eventually it kind of does. How do I get the rivers map mode back? We have a mod. Yankees fan. We have a mod. We specifically put in a mod. Like, normally we play vanilla. This is just something that, like, is just so... Bangkok looked good? Did this man just want to type Bangkok, or did Bangkok actually look good? What about Longvec? So, part of why we do like Angkor is because it is a farmland. The other farmland is here. We could do here, but I think that the way that we're getting to the coast is out through here. Because the harbor's here. Or, sorry, out through here. So we'll get here, here, here. Pretty quick. Bro, what if we get to the coast this way, though? It's kind of intriguing. This might be a decent place as well for the capital. Something like this. There's very little unique content for Kuwait. I think they have 3 events. Yeah, they have good advances, though. Coastal city in Thailand, west of the farmland. Oh, this is the... Coastal city in Thailand. So we're talking about this? Yeah. Dirty boy type Bangkok with a... Bro, I just see the 2 words and I put them together, you know what I mean? Kodo Lingus, thank you for the follow, big nice. Nola Epist, thank you for the Prime subscription, and Rosh as well. Thank you so very much, you guys. Is there a community consensus of which mod to put the river map mode back in? There's one that looks like it just puts the river map mode back in, and we put that. We did that one, because I didn't want to... There's one that, like, changes the road map mode, this type of thing, and so didn't want to get too complicated with that. But okay. This is also maybe an option. I think I like this because it's more in the center of things. I think it's also a decent spot for the market because it's more centered. Having it on an isthmus is okay, but if we... Not to get, like, too... This is maybe a little bit too deep an analysis to do at the beginning, but... If we put a market here... I think we want overlap between our capital and the market. If we put a market here... Do we like that? I feel then we need a market here. and then here gets really low access. I kind of like the positioning of Ancor's market, you know? Ammo Darian, thank you for the follow, big nice. Playing Kumai today? Yeah. Is the AI too aggressive, or is it fine? I think both. It's probably too aggressive for the simulation, but it's probably fine. It's probably fun. Map distribution was really weird. Yeah, I mean, like... Here's the thing. People are going to complain that the AI is not aggressive enough. People are going to complain that it's too aggressive. Anytime it changes one way or the other, people are just... The people who weren't complaining before are going to pick up the mantle of complaining on Reddit as the other people who are now satisfied drop it. So I think it's probably okay. So we get Karma. We don't... Discipline and Diplo Rep is okay. I think eventually we want to get off of Theravada, though. There's a lot of, like, main philosophy has the following options. There's a lot of religions we don't know too well. So the Confucianism, I think, looks better here. If I recall correctly, Confucianism was, like, the better one. Just in general. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Alright, so we have tantric practices, which are fine enough. And we can perform a tantric ritual to gain 10 prestige, or 10 legitimacy. That'll save us a little bit of money. We can gain karma, which I don't think we want to do, and we can spend money to get prestige. So we can kind of nudge things around a little bit. Is this the religious... Mountains used to be actually super insane, but now they're not. Huh. Temples give +4 controls, kind of cute. Wait, we have a city? I think there's a few of these. I think Rome has one of these, or is a, Rome has the extra pop capacity, something like this. Do you think AI will be railroaded to be more historical, or it'll be more chaotic? I think that they'll try and make it a little bit more... I think they're gonna try and make it snag entire provinces a whole lot better. Hey! Rock and Roll Jew, thank you for the 500 bits. Much appreciated, my guy. Appreciate all the videos recently. Any plans to stay HRE nation? Probably not anytime soon. Trying to emphasize nations that are really benefiting from the fact that roads go through these now. So we kind of took a look at the religion. I think that... I think we'd rather be either Hindu or Sanjiao than Theravada. So that's going to be kind of on... Actually, rather just be moist, eh? They're actually decent. Wait, is there anyone who's moist? Chat, please. Is anyone in chat here moist? I know it's moist, but... but I know it says moist, but is anyone here moist? Alright. Oh, no, I get to go the first time? Oh, interesting. Is the river map mode back? No, it's not. We're using a mod to get the river map mode. Alright, so... I think that's kind of a decent thing. Do we have any forts? Yeah, we'll get rid of this fort. We'll keep the capital fort. We'll decrease the maintenance on it. We'll max cost court. Do we want to pay for some stab at the beginning here? I don't think so. And we want to get at least one burger privilege in and one peasant privilege in. Actually, let's see how much we actually want to get it. We want to get at least one peasant one We want to get 3 burger ones eventually. We're just, it just feels way more straightforward to play like this, where we use the automation thing. I think the clergy, we could just not tax them, though, for the extra research speed. Actually, you know what? Let's tax them, because I think that at some point we will probably break research. So, didn't know Gooning had a religion? Ooh, baby. Yeah, basically. Bad flag, though? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have the mandala system here. Oh, we could slot this out. Interesting. I think we'll keep it in for now. I think we're all cord. Yeah, we are all cord. And we tolerate a whole bunch, and we have a ton of accepted culture capacity. Alright. What's our culture group? We actually don't know this too well. Okay. That seems fine. Do we have any of the bad ones? It doesn't look like we have the really bad noble one. Rights of the noble. Yeah. Kind of don't like this one at game start, but we're not going to revoke it for 50 stab. This just... Or no, not that one. Never mind. I thought it was the one that gives us progress towards belligerent. And then, this used to be a bad one. Now we don't care, because we're going to be going decentralized. I do think we want to get rid of partial yield, though. We're gonna have to get our commoners weaker before we do it, I think. We start out with the tribes. So I think we're just gonna open with going for the land rights here. And then we want to give out 1 privilege to these guys. I think we'll give out autonomous villages, which feels so weird. For like the longest time, autonomous villages has been a you deslot disgusting privilege. We could still give out 3 more. We do have to watch on how upset people are a little bit. But why don't we give out treasury rights, because it's like the best one, and then the development one. And now these guys are upset. We could give them tax exemption. No, wait, we're taxing them right now. Just kidding. That's silly. Oh, land rights is not given out. Alright, let's give that out for the tax efficiency. And so their state satisfaction is not very high. Fair enough. We have 20% tax efficiency. The opener, 5% courtesy of our stuff, of our things. Behold our stuff. And by stuff, I mean loud car outside. Why are you taxing the clergy? We're probably... It won't generate us that much money, but we're probably gonna... There's a decent chance, because of institutions... Jesus Christ. There's a decent chance, because of institutions, yeah, that we idle some amount of research. We're, like, past the like, Orissa is, like, the farthest to the west of our testing. Although now you can reach Alexandria, so I'm not entirely sure. Since ranging Alexandria is easier. But our main idea here is that we will probably not be able to constantly be researching something useful. And if we can't research something useful all the time, then the clergy giving us research speed is less valuable. Yeah. Something like this. Partial yield is really good generalist. It increases pop growth. How do we figure? Oh, I see what you mean. I don't like the maximum RGO size penalty. Let's think about this, though. You're right, it will. See, here's the thing is... So what he's getting at, everyone, is I think it's up to 336 months worth or 360 months worth. If you have more food storage in a province, Jesus, can we open the provincial map mode without shitting the bed? No, we can't. If you have a large enough food storage in the province, that is 360 times the monthly expenditure, you will maximize pop growth with 0.3%. Which is pretty good. And by decreasing the consumption of the peasants by 10%, right, you decrease the amount of food storage you need. The thing is most of there are 10 times as many burgers. Actually, the burgers are not consuming a lot. Really? Or are these slaves? They're laborers. Okay. The thing is that a lot of your food consumption comes from not peasants, so decreasing how much the peasants are eating, it's not really going to move the needle that much. But it is an interesting thought. I hadn't fully thought through that it'd be easier to get more pop growth. If it was all pop food consumption went down, I think we'd be a lot more on board. Do you have a religion tier list? No, but the best ones are probably between Shinto, Sanjiao, Sunni. It's probably between those three for the best. I'm not sure which is best. I'd have to think through it a lot more and take a lot closer look. Can you talk about estate income a bit? So if I build corresponding buildings, they get more buildings? No. As you get more of the pops, you get more buildings. You get more split here. Let's actually talk about that real quick. So the tax base of a location is split up based on the number of pops giving a flat weighting. And so based on the weighting, they split the pie. So if you have 1,000 nobles, they will get 150 weight. And then if you have 1,000 clergy as well, they will get 25 weight. And so if you just let that be the thing, the nobles will get 8/9 of the tax base, even though there's the same number of nobles as clergy. So this is how the split is done. The buildings that employ them will increase the number that you have at that location. So when we build this building, which employs nobles, right, there will be more nobles in this location, and that influences the split. But it's not like the building directly. The building's like indirectly doing it. More Muslim buffs with Ramadan. Yep, it is very good. You don't care about the power as much. But yeah, I think we're still going to revoke it. It is an interesting idea. If it was on someone other than the thing is the peasants just don't eat a lot of food. And if it was on non-peasants, like you could see 6,000 burgers are eating almost as much food as like 36,000 peasants. Or not almost as much, but like 6,000 burgers would be eating a similar amount as 3,000 peasants. So like 5 times the food consumption. Novgorod is just the best. Muscovy, Russia, it's tier 2, and there are some Muscovite pops, make culture super feasible, get tech from both. I think I mentioned this in my Russia video, or not in my European country rankings video, that Novgorod's probably better, but I haven't taken a close look at it. Okay, so I don't think we care about pushing aristocracy, and if in fact we kind of even want it a little bit. And so right now we're thinking, do we want... I think we do want autocracy here, and not wait for the centralization one. Let's do it. And then, do we have any crown power characters? We have 2. We got 2. Okay. Let's build our sergeantry. Do we have the discount yet? We have a pretty good discount. We'll build a sergeantry. And then, is there really no available locations for a wharf? We have nothing urban. I guess we don't have anything urban on the coast. So we're going to put one person in charge of the eventual army. So we're going to assign to the cabinet one of these guys. Do we want the heir to live, the crown prince? Does look a little bit better, so let's assign him in here. And we'll assign our other crown character elsewhere. Can we marry anyone? Oh, it looks like we're already married. Oh no, we're not. These are the only guys to accept. She's 27, sure. Okay, let's assign... Oh, we already assigned someone to the cabinet. Wait, Wait, what? What happened to our heir? Didn't we assign the heir to the cabinet? Bro, did we somehow punt our heir? What's going on here? Am I going crazy? Did we punt our heir somehow? I thought we were marrying this guy. We did punt our heir into being a consort. No. No. We punted our heir. Not like this. Alright. Thought we were marrying this guy. A little silliness in the UI. Yeah, no, he consorted him out. We did punt our heir. Should I be selective when settling or colonize everything I can get your hands on? It's probably close to colonize everything you can get your hands on. I like to be a little bit more selective and not just like speedrun it, but it's probably theoretically much better to like speedrun it. Okay, well, shoot. I'm not sure what we want our last cabinet action to be. Probably change societal values. Dev province could get nerfed, or I mean, could get buffed out. It's like been so bad for a while. I think that we actually have an Omega huge province here. No, Angkor is just 5. Just kidding. They're the same color. I thought this was like 10 locations. So we want to change societal values. So let's take a look at our values. We probably should have taken a closer look at this before slotting in some of these privies. I think we're just going to push free subjects, though. We could push naval. I think we do want to go naval eventually. Let's push free subjects, though, for now. For the gain to prosperity. Yeah. Gaining 0.57 a week. And we already have a really big push towards free subjects. So when we get more, as we get more legitimacy, we'll push free subjects more. So now that we know what we want our setup to be, let's appoint 2 people. Let's appoint this guy in charge of that. We're gonna create army and put our crown power character in charge of it. Actually, that's unnecessary. No, we can put our ruler in charge of the army. That's fine. Yeah. Trying to make sure that we get as many crown power bonuses as we can. But what we can do here is we can promote to head of cabinet. I'm trying to think if we want to... Yeah, let's put him in charge of stabilizing. And then promote to head of cabinet here. It's kind of expensive. It'll get more expensive later, though. And so with this guy as head of cabinet, we will get an additional 25%, and then we'll get like 8% or whatever from him being the head of court. So our crown power should get up to like 25 here off of this, I think. And that'll be good. Wonder Wafflebee, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Auto-colonize is not the way. We accidentally punted our sweet guy. Will Angkor stay the capital? I think Angkor might. I'm thinking of also. So Angkor, if it, here's the other place that I think would actually be a decent capital and or market capital. The thing is getting to the coast will actually decrease our trade range by a bit. So it could be the case that this is the better place. But you want to be on a river isthmus, so maybe it's even Phnom Penh, something like this. But the thing is all other things equal, we would prefer to have the capital on a farmland. This is on a farmland, so this location could also make sense. This location could also make sense. Even up here could even make sense. I don't think that's it, but it could make sense. Not too much legumes. Alright. I think we have that figured out. That figured out. We'll burn our bridge when we get to it. With regards to laws, doesn't look like we have too much stuff going on here that we need to necessarily address immediately or something like this. So, it's time to consider our spend down. And some things have changed where marketplaces are good for market access. So let's take a look at what we have going on. Lumber. I'm sure we're actually going to be, yeah, super net positive on lumber. Don't need to worry about it. Masonry. Also pretty net positive on the masonry, but I think we'll build a little bit. Sand. Straw. Faster. We see some burghers are exporting it. Technically, we could export it actively ourselves to decrease the price further. I think we'll just build a little bit of sand. And the sand will have a production efficiency bonus where we have wood, and clay will give it where we have... clay will give production efficiency bonus to masonry, so... We'll also want to kind of prefer to build it closer to the market capital. Because then more of it will be produced. So that's a little bit of masonry. Let's also handle a little bit of sand. And then we don't need to worry about the wood at all. We see that we have lumber in here, so that'll work. So we'll do that. We don't want to build it inside of urban areas because we want to kind of have those free. And then let's take a look. I'm guessing that it will be best for us to produce... fine cloth, but it's not necessarily going to be the case. We see that there's a pretty big lacquerware deficit. I don't know if we can produce lacquerware. Or a decent enough sized one. Slight deficit on this. Fine cloth, no deficit. And our burghers are even exporting it, so we don't... this is a thing, like, on a lot of countries you want to push the fine cloth, not here for us. So, a little bit interesting. I'm sure that we'll want to expand the horses, though, because we're playing in Asia. And so horses always get expensive in Asia. So, I think we can expand this out maybe twice. We do have the full discount, the iron, the elephants, of course. We'll do elephants twice, sugar, marble, and something like this. Or that's most of our money. That's like our money. Okay. I think that'll be fine. I think that's going to be more profitable than what we could do with some of this. Yeah, we could get a little bit more out of the Spinners Guild. Let's actually pump the brakes on one of these. Yeah, let's let's bring that back and then upgrade the Spinners Guild instead. Now, do we get a production efficiency bonus on that? No, we don't. So maybe we want the Spinners Guild over here. I'm not even sure we want to keep this urban, though. This cotton. Do we want it urban because this is going to be a pound lock location? Or could we go through here? No, I think this is a good pound lock canal location to get to the coast down here. Maybe. We don't have a lot of sources of cotton here. There's a lot of cotton over here, though. Debating, like, expanding out the cotton there versus here. I think what we'll do is we'll just expand it to the capital and, like, kind of push the decision down the road. But we want to get our promotions going in the capital kind of early on. To be fair, they will be going for the sergeantry, but promotions are actually in parallel. You don't, if you're promoting laborers, you don't, like, promote fewer burghers, so... Why building sand RGO over on the coast? Oh, you're right. That would be better. Do you have another sand? You are 100% correct. I reported the cavalry flanking bug. Apparently, someone else was saying that's a UI bug. As in, it's saying the flanking bonus is applying, but it's not. Okay. I think this is good. It's the only tech we can research. We won't need institution growth for a while. This is okay. This stuff's okay if we stay San Jiao, but I'm not even sure we're doing that. Tolerance of heathens is nice, but I think we have to be staying Buddhist. And I'm not sure what we do with the religions yet. Okay, this looks like we're good to go. A little bit of pre-on-pause action. Some early flavor events for Khmer cost you money? I thought they didn't get flavor events. Are you saying the nobles are fat? Yes. Just notice the production building efficiency on screen. I love it. Oh, the... Here? Yeah. That's very nice. It's nice. Also, we have a mod for auto expansion. We're not currently using it, but... Have you given land grants to the burghers yet? Land grants? Isn't land grants bad? Or is it not the one I'm thinking of? This is what we have with the burghers, which I think are all good ones. Does the game allow you to form a kingdom rank nation once? It doesn't have to do with the... There's two... It's very unclear, or like the UI for this is like super... This ranking system is different than country rank, even though both are referred to as rank. So for the purposes of forming nation, that's an individual rank system that goes 1 to 5. And it's very unclear. Very ambiguous. Good luck. No, like, tags have their own individual stuff. A lot of tags start out as tier 0 or tier 1. I think we'll just rival some of these cats back. Floating rivals doesn't give you value anymore. Oh, I guess we can't. Alright, fair. Alright, we're making gobs of money. This will probably be okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll eventually want to make this into rural. We might. Yikes, we could use some pop cap here. To be fair, we can build beret. We have one in the capital, which is what we want for this other stuff, but... We could also push for pop growth immediately. I don't think that's good, but... I think we're going to want to urbanize relatively soon. Relatively early. Let's actually rake that back. Because once we get the free tree, I think we just beeline the discounted for urbanization thing. Can you give me some tips for when I start my Kilwa run? Hey, we got our guy back. Tips for when you start Kilwa run. Go Naval. I don't, nothing comes super into mind as especially Kilwa tip. GDP is still flat, not like this. Can you do restore Andalusia for a vid? Maybe, but that's kind of a low priority. Big prestige hit for no rivals? True. Alright. We are an empire, so we need a lot. We hope they don't deck us before they collapse, is kind of the thing, I guess. Who are we expanding into first? Probably these guys? Pest house incoming. Yeah, we can do the pest houses. We do have the incense. We have the technology. A lot of people don't. We have it. Do we have any more horses? Doesn't look like it. Try to figure out where we're going to want to build our... You know what? This might be a downgrade because it's really not going to ever have that much dev. Because it's a jungle. Jungle get this huge dev penalty. I guess the thing that we're really actually going to want to be spending on soon is just roads, actually. I think we have the full discount to it. No, we need more sand. Alright. Maybe we should build... Yeah, let's build another sand thing. We have some sand coming in, though. But it is going to be roads. Time for the roads. It's nice. She is road, yes? Why does this not say that it's potential thing when it is? Is she the ruler? No. Cool. We should up to 25% crown power here. I don't think we're paying for him. She's too old? Yeah. She'll still make characters. Oh, do they stop making kids at 40 now? I think that was a recent change. Might have been a mistake, actually. We just ended our line, perhaps. My line has ended? It's actually maybe really bad. We'll try and see if we can get the line for lying multiple things. Full discount. Doing this because we might want to produce something out of the capital. How's this guy a vibe? No, he's not. He's an artist. Nobody cares about art these days. Alright, so we're getting our road coming. 0 roads to start in this region, so that's going to be pretty good for us. Yeah, sure. Tantric. Hell yeah, brother. And then... how's our satisfaction going? So clergy's a little bit upset with us. So here's the thing is... do we want to stay a kingdom or a monarchy? Because they nerfed itinerant court really hard. Itinerant court only gives 2.5% land proximity, but it gives a bunch of levy stuff, and that's kind of the main benefit, right? Also lets us do crown power character stuff quite easily. We can flip Republic, which is a huge pain in the ass and requires us finding a lot of ways to gain plutocracy, or we could flip theocracy. Why is it grayed out? I'm not sure. But theocracy, we do get 10% land proximity with. And their advances, I think, are a little bit better. The flesh is, of course, weak. And a theocracy might be better here. I think one of these is good. We obviously can't do some of these. Yeah, 10% tax efficiency. I think they get more tax efficiency overall. We just get, like, less combat stuff. big one is that we don't get this because we're not the right culture, but the big one is that we get control of the borderlands for 10% prox. I vote Theocracy because it's funny. I mean, Theocracy might just be better. Are you interested in doing multiplayer games like how BB does? Maybe. Oh, these go so slow now on the roads. Look at this, like 4 years to finish the road. So we're gonna need more sand production in order to keep our sand prices cheap, I think. So... yeah, that's something I've been considering how to best do multiplayer, but I do want to do a little bit of multiplayer at the very least. I don't know if it's casting it, community games, or playing stuff myself. I don't know what people would prefer in terms of content. God, just such high proximity everywhere. We do want to push Naval. God, look at this. So good. Yeah. We're probably urbanizing this. Maybe that's actually what we should be thinking about, or it's kind of our first urbanizations. How much are we making per trade, actually? Pretty good amount. We have like 25% ground power, so this is adding 0.25 ducats, but with no increases. Too bad stuff. Also gives more market access. So I think we want the legumes place staying, but we're trying to make use of our pop promotions here. And then here, continue to push this. Where's our... We, like, this 100% is getting urbanized, so we could get started on it right away. Sanjiao doesn't give theocracy points. Theocracy points. How much dono would you to make you go land this run? I don't like the how much you dono questions. Would love to see smack Habibi around. I imagine Habibi's better at clicking the buttons. Habibi is like really good at multiplayer just in general. I pause a lot and I think a lot. I think even if I like win a knowledge check, it doesn't necessarily translate. You know what I mean? There's no multiplayer. It's all scripted. Womp womp. Does roads removing river debuff stack with downstream river proximity? I'd assume so. Well, downstream river proximity is a flat modifier. And this is percentage. Yeah. But you're right, we are moving downriver better, so we probably should... Our first one should just kind of be coming downriver. We actually maybe should have built a road from here to here. But we can do that now. Are we still on the maximum discount? I think we're maybe flirting with making this stuff a little bit too expensive. Timber shortage? What? Alright, fair. Oh no, in the queue we have 2 roads, not like this. Oh, we sequenced it wrong. And we would cancel this road on top if we cancel. That's kind of unfortunate. We should have done the road from here and then the road from here and then the road from here. Like, going back this way. Like, we should have clicked from here to here rather than from here to here. Womp womp. do that as well. Elephant's really high base price. We'll look to fold in the iron next. Something like this. Oh, we shouldn't have just spent a bunch of money in case we get the road. Yeah, son of a bitch, dude. All right. Now we have the discount. We can even show it. Although this was like 55 before, now we're getting minus 20% cost. Horses are always going to be really expensive if you're in Asia. I think that's fine, but... yeah, okay. I don't think it's worth us taking, like, loans or something to do a bunch more. Okay, so aristocratic support we don't mind. Especially if we go theocracy, it's easier to go theocracy. I know what you mean. I think you win the knowledge check, and I think you click buttons fast eventually. It's a slow pace, slow scaling. Yeah, but Habibi's like a hyper veteran of like multiplayer. Like that's what Habibi's like really good at. I think the notion that I could just like get better at clicking the buttons for a few weeks and then like win the knowledge check and like quote smack around Habibi is probably a little much. How do you even flip theocracy? It's so hard to get the clergy powerful. Just need them 35% of state power. This is a little bit tricky. I suppose we have to intentionally not give out privileges to the nobles. And look to give out everything to the clergy. I wish we could just tax them less to increase their power, but that's not how this game works. Is it worth it to build fishing villages on the marble location just to have harbor capacity? The harbor capacity doesn't affect the proximity that you're getting this way. It's not affected by harbor capacity, so no. Alright, so what laws do we want to change? Ooh, our ruler's got the dev stuff? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, so we could fabricate CB on them and go after them. That's like thing one. In terms of consideration. Generally, I prefer changing laws first if we have really bad laws. Getting off monogamous marriage is like kind of something we're interested in. Peasant levies. Progress towards quantity. Do we have quantity progress? No, we're even. But we already have a decent amount of quantity. We do like the extra frontage. Feudal administration. It's probably good now. We would prefer autonomous councils, maybe. Aristocratic court. We would rather go itinerant court, but again, this is just turbo nerfed. I don't know why they nerfed it so hard. 75% nerf, bink. I guess we just kind of want to move off of favor the elites. And kind of want to move off of this onto civil society, and that's kind of it. But favor the elites, I think... You know what's cute is favor the clergy. I think favor the ruler is what we went early on. Alright, let's do favor the ruler. Not too many changes to make, though. I think that's our only high priority thing. Where is it? We don't have eyes sometimes. Let's do aristocratic support. I think that's our parliament. Womp. Oh, did we click stupidly? Might have clicked stupidly. No, we already have Elite Council. But the way we would need to try and empower the clergy, like, really high, is we are going to have to push spiritualists to 100 while simultaneously pushing aristocracy down to 0 and not pushing plutocracy. We want to get it to, like, 0, actual 0. Don't mind the stab investment. Let's do this. Okay, this works. Not worth it. It'll get deleted once you urbanize. I'm not sure that we urbanize the marble, though. I think we just want the gold because we're not getting to another breakpoint, right? These guys are already, yeah, upset enough. Itinerant court feels so bad to get. Yeah, it's just like they super kicked it down. I don't know. I hope they changed proximity cost reductions. Feels way too powerful when stacking, otherwise feels kind of useless. I agree. But I mean, the devs have their own vision, doing their own thing, and like, I'm with you. I think it should be efficiency modifiers instead of cost reduction modifiers. I don't know if the design vision is that they want it to get close to 100% by the end of the game, in which case, having it as a discount makes a lot of sense then, right? If they want it to be increasing returns, they could do it like that, but they could also just make the late game, they could make it operate on efficiency and then make the late game modifiers just like 5, 6, 10 times as big as well. And this would also work, but then it'd make the beginning modifiers feel bad. They could make some sort of scaling thing where it scales by age, which I think, and also do efficiency modifiers, so like your modifier is 5 times your age. Or something like this. In terms of how much you get, so in age 2 it would give you 10% efficiency, and then in age 6 it would give you 30%, and then also make the modifiers bigger. I think that might be the way to do it, but I hate this so much. It's like acting like we haven't slotted in a law yet, but it's actually just debating us into spending 100 stab. Yeah, it's going to be very important that we get roads everywhere as well, because a lot of these places have jungle, which gives minus 30%, which is huge, and every place has tropical, and so that makes the modifier from road giving plus 25% a lot more valuable, in addition to just like increasing control by an enormous amount. Because like the jungle is like an actual brick wall. And the forest too, because the forest is giving, what is it, minus 25 or plus 25% proximity impact, and the fact that this, like, overrides that is insane for us. Let's get these guys started on their dev, actually. So we're gonna build a road between these two, even though it doesn't increase their proximity, and we're just doing it for them. Oh, actually, let's get some masonry up in this bitch. Let's get some masonry inside of this bizzle. We're spreading it out because we're caring about promotions right now, because I think that these guys aren't... Ah, it looks like they are promoted. Let's do that then. So if they made it multiplicative, it would be minus 10%, so it would be 0.9. Multiplicative would be good as well. I think I prefer efficiency, but multiplicative is maybe better if they... I don't know what the design vision is on it exactly. I know that I feel that they've had to rebalance this, like, basically constantly. And I don't think that that's, like, ideal. Let's maybe keep good relations with some of these cats. I don't think we rivaled them. You don't want to start your run with minus 70 stab? Yeah, basically. We should have tried to see where that was. I think we'll take the stab right now. But okay, I'm guessing that the masonry will have dropped. This is something I've been meaning to keep an eye on. I don't know if it's stockpile or price or both. And I have to double check this for like a tutorial. The problem is the stockpile correlates really strongly with price. You don't stockpile unless you have like a surplus. You don't have a surplus unless, yeah. I don't know, if anyone knows that for sure, I would like to know. Or a place where you could check for sure where the discount is coming from. Market price. I mean, it says market price. It must just be price, but I'm just going crazy. Can we get to the capital here? We can't. We get this guy closer, though. Yeah, we can. So let's do that. And so the next one will be here to here. Before the segment? No. 133. Another month. Man, the East is like so rich though. Look at us, we're like making 50 ducats and we have like nothing going on but our RGOs and a couple of little cities. Okay. So, we got roads coming in here. Terrain in Kumai sucks? Not really, considering the roads now override the proximity impact. Any of the forts would give a multiplier to local and provincial control to the troops stationed there. Troops give flat amount of control. Oh, speaking of, we did build a sergeantry. What are we doing with our lives here? Oh, it's the little bug where you click on control and it gets like sticky with you. Elephant cavalry? I think the elephant cavalry are just like strictly bad. Because you get, like, bonuses in jungle, and that's all well and fine, but they have half as many units. They are a renaissance unit you could build early, though. I think we're going to build the Baylista elephants. Oh, minus 150 size? See, the thing is, the amount of damage you do is your strength multiplied by your size, so the fact that these guys are minus 150 size is, like, super bad for them. And they don't, They're an age 2 infantry unit. I mean, I think we build them for the memes. Why are they so cheap, though? Oh, does their cost scale linearly with the amount of units they have? So since they have 1/4 the units, they have 1/4 the cost? They're still going to be, I think, weaker than the archers from the first stage, though, because the number of units multiplies... whatever. We're going to build them for the memes. Also, because we don't actually want a unit. What we want is... well, it's for the memes. We don't actually want the unit. We just want the ability to put our ruler in charge of a unit. for the bonus to crown power. 25%. They buffed institutions in the new patch? Yeah, you can export to get institutions now. It's not import only. Look at that. 31% crown power now. How are we that rich? It's because we got pops, baby. We actually don't even have that many pops. We are just like stone cold super rich. Where's our income coming from? Let's double check. Is it really tax based? We got a lot of commoners tax. Trade income's not too bad either. Horses are always mega demanded. These guys haven't filled up their level yet. Let's do something like this. Some of these downriver places or places that we built roads to are now becoming a lot more profitable to build stuff in. Yeah, the East is rich and makes it seem like 1.0.10 made their biggest problem institutions much less of a problem. I agree, Connor. We have to maybe not give out too many burgher privies if we want to get the clergy powerful enough to go theocracy. I don't mind if we do with the allow gatherings, though. We are also taxing the clergy, and unlike the Catholics, all of our estates aren't getting drained by the Catholic Church. Not that that would affect our budget that much. But you can reach control from soldiers with fewer soldiers by placing them in forts. Oh, I see what you mean. That's interesting. You still don't get how they get institutions faster? Well, the most important market in the game for pulling institutions is the Alexandria market. And before you used to only be able to access the Alexandria market via Naval from the Mediterranean. Now you can access it from the other side. That's thing one. Thing two is exports now also. Spread institutions. And one of the problems is you and your market tend to have everything cheaper than the AI because you tend to be a little bit more effective, and this makes it so you can't import anything. And so if imports are the only way to pull the institution, you know. What's the plan, boss? What's the mod name? I don't know. It's like one of the top results when you type in river in the workshop. And then we have another one for auto expand, but we're not using that feature yet. I think we are supposed to sit on this until the new year. I don't think we're spreading institutions. To be fair, we can, if we start exporting to China, we can start getting the other institution. I'm sensing some hate against Catholicism. It's not hate, it's not my fault that religion sucks. It's not hate. All love, brother. But that religion sucks ass. I think it's just like, we just super care about roads here. I'm just trying to think of how we're supposed to be spending our money. And I don't think we want to pay for the urbanization when we could get a huge discount on all of it in just a second. And also, when we don't actually have, like, our urbanization's not really providing us with super profitable opportunities here. Like the most profitable thing here is the Distillers Guild. And, like, when we look at the capital, like, we just don't have the opportunities yet. Yeah. Distillers Guild in the capital's kind of alright. We don't have very good production bonuses, so maybe we do that. But, just as, like, a singular building we're building. But the idea is, we're not really benefiting that much from that stuff. We're actually getting a decent amount from our RGOs right now. And our ability to tax that... So this is how much it adds to the tax base, yeah? Right? This is what it adds to the tax base. Currently, we could tax rural locations better because we have more commoners tax rate. So, speaking of... We're pushing decentralization as a pretty quick clip. I think that... Are we done pushing... We were pushing a value. What value were we pushing? Oh, we're super close to being able to push humanist too. I think we do want to do that. We're pushing land naturally now. Why is that? Because our ruler's a general? Yeah. Well, someone said they would dono if we pushed land. So, no, we're pushing free subjects right now. Printing press spawned in Korea. Ayo. Meritocracy has strong text. Why is not getting it? Why not start getting it from China? We probably should. I think they buffed... I heard that they buffed the proximity impact on this. Not that that necessarily makes it what we want to go, but honestly, also, Deus Vult. Don't mind getting the Religious War CB. And okay, what do we get from this? A lot of this is us getting cheaper wars and also getting a lot more diplomats. To be fair, we do like diplomats, but... we expand in 3 directions, right? They all have different religions. So they won't generate very much antagonism. I think it's an admin game, to be honest, here. Especially with the buff to Prox. And the fact that we will want to be able to Deus Vult. We want to invade the moist nips. And I know what you're saying, it's Moist. Yeah, I know. I think it's admin, though. And then now, we've unlocked the free tree. I think... Is any of our content on this tree? We know that we have the capital in the east bonus, and so... we can get some of this... Oh, I think maybe we beeline Deus Vult, to be honest. We do want the upgrade cost, but... just go right for Deus Vult. Does Deus Vult give CB reduction to taking stuff? My understanding is it, makes it so that you can do the Religious War CB, and that they made it so you can't just do it as everyone now. I threatened to dono, and you push land and you're all over it? No. I don't even know if we're pushing land. Don't dono. Don't dono over that, because I don't know if we're actually even doing it. That was supposed to be a warning shot. See, I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. It's ignoring the fact that the way we would actually trace proximity is through here. Alright. That's actually just not functioning properly. We'll have to just keep that in mind. Ooh. Is there one of these we prefer? No, we'll leave it alone. I think we just want to swap Sangio or something like this. How's belligerent plush if you want a lot of land? I honestly prefer conciliatory. Can we get more humanist trend? I guess suppose this interferes with our desire to push enough of this to swap. Change this to Royal Decree. Kind of inclined to just do Privy Council here for the 5%. If we start going to war a whole bunch, though... Plutocratic ethos is not terrible. The base support's nice, and the legislative efficiency decrease antagonism, so will Diplotrad. Give us some progress towards conciliatory. We also don't have to swap right now. I'm not sure if we want tributaries. We might actually want tributaries. Maybe we... I hope that wasn't a dono. I do what I want, not like this. Thank you for the $2. Are we... Let's improve relations with these guys. Maybe we actually... Oh, we have the Samanta instead. Oh, do we not have the thing show up where we can ask them to become our vassal? Not like this. Much appreciated, my guy. I don't know, so don't know. Big true. Ask for $500, Kappa. Pre-Ortain, thank you for the... Oh, wait, we already thanked you, I think. Sanjiao doesn't give legitimacy to monarchies or to theocracies. Oh, well then we could just stay monarchy, to be honest. Getting a humanist trend is kind of painful, yeah, but it's so good. But it's really painful if we're trying to go theocracy, yeah. So maybe it is just stay monarchy. If we're gonna go Sanjiao. Are you sure this doesn't give the monarchy stuff? Or the Republican tradition? It's just only legitimacy? That does change things a little bit. Impactment. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Who can we rival here? Alright. I mean, we're... Is it roads or urbanization? I think it's just continuing to build roads. I don't think this road actually does anything, this one from here to here. Or I think it's already built, so it doesn't matter. Do we still have the full discount? We do. Let's connect up this stuff. Oh, can we connect the elephants to there? Oh, we can't. I think the bonus is probably government power. That was kind of my intuition, but this guy might have an inside track on some information. I know Saggio didn't work for Horde legitimacy. Yeah, see. It maybe doesn't do the thing. It still maybe does, but... We should be doing really good on prosperity, yeah. Beret and Kumai. We're gonna have some of the highest prosperity. Man, Beret's so good, dog. Just such a huge buff to this building. The prosperity changes. We'll have to, like, go over and, like, look through, like, prosperity used to be, oh, you just want a little bit, and then it's just kind of whatever. Now everyone is looking for a little bit. Or a bit more. I assume it doesn't work for a Republican theocracy. Yeah. Sanjiao's only legitimacy. Yeah. We still could go, like, Sunni or... And then we would be... I think we would get a different version of the law. Oh, what is this? What are you doing? Step Ayudids? Ayudids? I think we might be able to go Caliphate. I don't even know what having high devotion it does for you, though. You're sitting at 80 plus prosperity without trying too much? Well, everyone should be able to get to 80 prosperity, right? Because you get 25 base, and then you get 25 from this, so that's 50, and then you get 10 from this, so that's 60, and then 10 from the other one, so that's 70. Is it 70 everyone gets? Yeah, so everyone gets 70 comfortably, right? You get 70 from another 10 from decentralized bureaucracy. But once you're at 70, how do you get the last 30? Does something about prosperity change? Yeah, so now it decays in a way that is like, it has a equilibrium decay instead of a linear decay, so this makes it so that you want to get exactly or just over 1 prosperity. Because if you have exactly 1 prosperity, it'll be really slow to come on up. And so, our total gain right now is 0.6, right? 0.25 plus... Or it's 0.7. So 0.25 plus 0.35, 0.6, plus the beret, 0.7. Yeah. Starting with China? Yeah, trade with China. Yeah, it did sound like I thought it was the right trade, and then I got sidetracked. Where is the institution? How far is it? It's in Davia. Okay. Okay. Oh, Kurt. What do these guys need? All things equal, we would prefer to export, I think. And we do have a slight surplus here. Let's get started on that. Are we spreading right now? We're probably spreading it already, yeah. I mean, this is a reason to want to build more urban areas, because we're not getting production efficiency on the cloth stuff, which is kind of what we want. Other than cotton, which we think we might want to downgrade. I'm just not sure yet. If we want to downgrade it in the future, it doesn't make too much sense to build it up. You know what we actually probably just want to push? I don't think they... I've thought about this building quite a lot recently, but I don't think it scales that well, but I think it's probably pretty good right now is the market villages, because this will improve market access, right, of our other stuff. This only has 92 market access, but it has decent tax base, yeah. A lot of tax base from the horses too, so... The horses we're probably keeping rural. Yikes. So much pop. Can we build a beret there? But this will also give us more trade capacity too. So we're just, right now we're just looking to get decent coverage on stuff we are pretty sure we're keeping rural. And this isn't the most optimal way to build them, but this is just for the sake of our sanity. We're doing it like this. And more market access isn't terrible, especially in these places that have like a decent amount of this stuff. It's also going to give burger potentials too. Which is gonna might actually decrease the amount of tax we're getting, because our tax rate on the burgers is not as good as our tax rate on the commoners. That's kind of interesting. The market access is probably actually not going to offset this tax differential. This will probably actually decrease the amount of taxes we're getting. Wow, that's fascinating. Bro, maybe we don't want these. That's so cool. I think we don't want them. I think they decrease our income. right? The greater market access increases how much tax base we get from these. But the burghers will change the tax base split towards the burghers, and our tax rate on our commoners is 45%, and on the burghers it's 40%. That's interesting. How important is prosperity compared to max tax? I mean, I think that they're both like non-negotiably important. There's a law that gives 0.2 prosperity. I believe it's the law within the option for road cost decree. Road cost decree law? Law with the road cost decree. I don't know what you're talking about unless you mean decentralized bureaucracy. I'm not sure. I've been spamming market villages and high base value RGOs seems to be doing okay, but burghers pay more per pop. Burghers consume more per pop, so yeah, this would also increase consumption. Are our burghers consuming more than they're getting? They are. So money that goes to the burghers is creating money. Commoners are in an even bigger deficit. Decentralized is now 0.1. I think one market village subsidized in each region is the way to go, so as to not steal too much peasant tax. I mean, whatever the math is, I think it's linear. So if one is good, then maxing it out is good, and if one's bad, then maxing it out is bad. Or if, you know what I mean? Government reform for cheaper roads gives prosperity? What? Are we having brain lag? They nerfed this by 80%, as they should. This one was insane. Maybe faster roads, can't remember. Getting the last bit of prosperity from satisfaction, that's a way to do it too. Yeah. Someone's saying this doesn't give prosperity. I'm pretty sure you don't get prosperity from any of the government reforms that I can remember, but I could be incorrect. Especially with the ones that we don't normally get access to because of values. If it was on universal serfdom, that would be actually kind of interesting. But I don't think it does give it... Wait. Okay, never mind. I'm not seeing anything to that effect anywhere. And like prosperity, once you're starting to get this late in the game, starts to get a lot worse. Is it worth it for the trade capacity though? The market village? Maybe. Just evaluating the pure peasant thing, it's not, but yeah, maybe just net worth it because of that. Ooh, lumber's an input, right? Yeah, lumber is an input. Yeah, we might just have to urbanize a little bit here, boys. The question is, which one do we want to do first? It's something adjacent to this river, a lake. I don't think it matters necessarily too much. This would get the bonus towards tools. This would get the bonus towards stuff using wood. Either way, I like urbanizing both the fish. Kind of early. I guess we would prefer to urbanize stuff that's not jungle. So maybe it's this fish. Oh, so we need glass, actually. Tend to build glass in the market capital. Build it up at Angkor. Decentralized bureaucracy gives 0.2 prosperity. It gives 0.1 now. It's been nerfed. They buffed free peasants last patch. Free subjects, you mean? Yeah, by virtue of prosperity being better. The only gov reforms are Ethiopia and Timurid government vassals. Ethiopia gets it. Really? Still no river map mode. We're using a mod. But yeah, no river map mode. Ethiopia gets, I don't remember them getting it. You said it was on a gov reform? They have something special that unlocks the reform. Womp womp. I don't think we want to read through all their advances right now, so we'll just keep going. It's better Catholic or Protestant? Protestant. Catholic sucks. Looks like the Thunderdome is starting. The no CB wars are a brewing. Jeez, look at how much that cuts through. Because we have a road here, right? Here. We have a road to here, right? Look at our proximity map mode. It's just actually like... Oh, this is so big. The fact that it overrides the woods and jungles for Kumai is like absolutely enormous. That's so much proximity to have out here. Through the bad terrain. Oh. We want the roads for the dev growth modifier as well. Don't think we have the glass yet. No, we don't. And so now, this, which we've built a road to, is making the money, making the big bucks. I don't think we've built a road out here yet. Oh, we're working on it. Yeah. Wait, is Khmer much better because the roads remove proximity debuff thing? Yes. Not only that, this lake is actually pretty nice as well. I mean, we don't have like a ton of lakes, but we go 10 proximity to get over here. So, and this is going to scale with us going naval and this type of thing, so that's going to mean long term, this is just going to be like 5 proximity to get over here, so it's almost like having kind of like 2 capitals close to each other. The Thunderdome, so far I've gotten declared on like 7 times the AI as Malacca. As Malacca? That's like one of these guys, right? But you form Malacca? That's crazy. Yeah, maybe we don't need CBs, we just wait to get decked on. The real strategy. Maybe we want this connected to the road? The main road that we have? Oh, I don't know which one's gonna be better. It probably doesn't matter, actually, if it's all the same. No, you don't want to go through the jungle. Alright, fair. So we'll connect up there. Or you don't want to go through the wetlands, rather. We can't afford this. So we'll just do this for now. Khmer, Singapore, Ayutthaya, Hathawade, Majapahit all invaded you. Nice. What's your best natural harbor? Is it close to the capital? It's kind of close. Here. Or this isn't. This is the one that's best by virtue of it being close and over 50. You started as Parang and became via event. Yeah, Malacca. Respect the hustle of the AI. I don't mind it being super Thunderdomey, to be honest, so... I just want to check. Tooltip. Okay. Yeah, the market village thing is so interesting. I think eventually we have more burger max tax. It's just we don't have it right now. Then we do peasant max tax, so... Don't want to give out fewer levies early on. Let's give out this, though. It's going to increase our satisfaction, which will increase our prosperity gain right now. And it'll have a pretty big impact on savage satisfaction. We're trending towards about 70. Roads, roads, roads. Turns out it's RNG and you can only have a 50% chance of being able to swap based on what Majapahit's AI picks. So you should have picked. I should have picked Majapahit. Oh, so you wanted to play the other one, Malaya? Majapahit, I think, is so good right now. It's so hot right now, Hansel. He's so hot right now. What's the best troop? Is there any point for crossbowmen? Well, the Genoese crossbowmen are actually really strong, but that's because they get extra guys per unit for a thing in that age, so they're just like randomly really strong. But no, I don't think crossbowmen's very good because I think initiative's not very good right now. We didn't check a couple things. I think usually in the capital books is okay, or in the market capital, just because you're trying to get them out faster. We're not going to have too many bonuses here for production, so let's maybe do some of this. And then, we can check if we can build some settlements. Yeah, we should have. And then bridges. Definitely want one in the capital. I think we want one here. Who are we kidding? We want a lot of bridges. See, is there anything that's got decent tax base that's not connected up? Not really. So I think we're okay right now. Majapahit can become an empire via event at 1350. Ayudhya. Ayudhya? You mean Ayutthaya? Ayudhya. Alright, we'll try and remember. I wonder if they'll add mountain proximity flavor cultures. I suggested this. I think it's not trivial to like change the way that works. What do you think is good benchmark for when you start urbanizing versus just building up your RGOs? I mean, it's a matter of urbanization is a really big upfront cost, right? It's like 300. And you kind of have to like look at it from the perspective of, okay, are these urban buildings worth a lot for me? You can see our Distillers Guild's worth like 2 ducats in the capital. And then the cross-section of this and is the RGO still worth a lot for me? And the thing is, our RGOs are still worth quite a lot. Obviously they fall off a lot, but we're not at a point where like we really need to heavily urbanize. But also, once we go capital economy, urbanization gets a lot better and stuff like this. And we start with a really big production bonus, so... to some extent, we are waiting for the tech that gives the discount. Eventually we'll get that. Oh, what are we doing? We don't care about the centralization trend anymore. And we'd probably rather have the dev over here. So let's do that. We probably just want support. Serfdom movement. We're kind of, even though we're actively pushing free subjects, well, 5 is kind of a lot. 5 is kind of a lot, especially because I don't think we're going to hit another breakpoint. So we could either change a law or get a CB. They changed the UI on this. We're so much stronger than them. Alright. I think we just go for a CB. We lose karma? Fair. Wonder why our 35k stack just spawned down there. Don't really matter, but instead of like close to the capital, that feels kind of off. Why is the game lagging? We're not even that deep in the game. What's going on here? I think we're just gonna go grab their capital and try and find their army, and if we don't find any army, which we're not right now... To be fair, the levies aren't... I think actually maybe we split up. Okay, that was their army? Yeah, okay. Just kidding. We'll do this and hope that it doesn't come back to bite us, but it's just a lot less clicks for us. Go, my minions. I don't think they have, like, any army other than that, based on, like, the predictor. We're gonna subject expand here. Is there a building button just like RGO button that just builds the most profitable buildings? You can... Is there a building button like the RGO building that just builds like 50,000 buildings like shift clicking to RGO. Not as far as I know of. I really wish they made a rally point. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't mind if they made it, if they did like two things at once, where like, okay, the levies have to spawn in the spot that they're coming from. I'm okay with that, but make them automatically march towards a rally point. I think I'd kind of like to see. We definitely want to humiliate for a little bit of prestige, war reps, and then yeah, I think we just want to get everything. So I'm gonna have the plague spoon, the plague spawn soon. Oh, we're actually making so much from horses. I forget, this is like an Asian thing where like horses, you just care only about horses always and forever. So let's do this. Wait, why is this war antagonism? Than we thought it was. What's giving us the cost here? Oh, it's just that? Alright, fair. Fair. Alright. No, we don't want to do that. Whoops, misclick. We do want to keep our 50 stack. Send it back there. So now we can kind of chill a little bit more. We'll improve relations with them. Antagonism, we still look kind of fine. Improve relations with Viet. I feel like I'm forgetting something right now. Grouping up my levies and then splitting equal stacks every war makes me want to cry. You can set a hotkey to split them. But you mean like 15 different stacks or something. Yeah, it's really tedious. Unless you want to do something multiples of 2. Nice little productive war for us, though. Look at all these roads and bridges and shit. Yeah, the fact that it overrides the vegetation is just so monstrously huge. Just getting to here is good enough. We don't need to build the road all the way back. Okay, so we're having a sand issue. You had some sand and a witch. Would you have a sandwich? And if not, what do you have? Oh, this is what we were thinking of. Stud farms. Probably just want to max these out. It's really cute that we use the horses to make the horses. I love that. Requirements not met. What do you mean? Wrong climate. Son of a bitch! Okay. Let's make a little bit more sand. We're going to build over the sand production we've already started building up, though. I was thinking that, generally speaking, leaving more rural, the stuff that has lumber in it, makes a whole lot of sense, because you're going to have so much of this stuff that eats lumber that you're going to want to build up specifically in lumber provinces that, like, it just, like, has... It's like a compounding issue, basically. Just everything consumes lumber. It's so ubiquitous. And so leaving it rural, because those are a bunch of rural buildings, maybe makes some sense. Not here, though, because it's, like, close enough to the capital, but just, like, in the abstract. Just in the abstract. What actually has the highest pop here? The 65k? Oh, and we got some overpopulated places, so we're going to prioritize urbanizing those. I guess we'll start with the 185, right? We need more money. Alright. And then let's go for... We know we're going to want to urbanize just a lot, so we can kind of get that in the queue there, into the mix. And I think we want the research progress anyways. Yeah. You know what, before we had done this, subjugated this guy, we probably should have gone for the diplomat thing. I think that's what we're going to be doing, so a little bit of a leak here. Diplo traditions. I think we want conciliatory anyways, and the diplo rep is nice, so let's do this. I think we need the mandala system. Mandala system's not terrible though, but actually it just kind of is terrible. Culture capacity is just such a weak modifier. I was importing horses in Australia. I'm sure it's aligned with the local environment. Yeah, rabbits too, right? Is the horse thing legit though, even though it's unintended? The Yuan Dynasty Chinese obsession with horse warfare. I don't know. It's just like it's just a vibe. It's just a thing. I don't know if it's that big a deal. Yeah. So we are going to want a decent-sized bank as well. Because we are going to want to go... for the pest houses when we get the plague. And also we're going to go for hospitals, I think, kind of from now. Or for a while. This lake's doing just such monstrous work. Sheep born directly from the wood. Born from the wood, returned to the wood. This is one piece of feedback that I was like kind of frustrated with. Or not. It's not that big a deal, but I thought that wood was just like too ubiquitous in production chains and just general demand for wood. It's like, it's just like compared to the other like clay and stone, it's just like, it's so much more important. And it's like, it specifically hurts the Middle East a lot. And the Middle East, like, they just would have made stuff out of clay and straw. Like, it's not the end of the world. So, the fact that, like, I think the RGOs, for example, should only consume, like, half wood and then a quarter clay and a quarter stone, for example, for their price collapses. And that, like, a lot of the PMs here should be, like, rebalanced away from wood, such that it's not just, like, wood only. It's like, Alright, so... what do we need here? Oop, that's a tab button. Click tab and you spaz out. Alright. Could urbanize this too, but don't want to get too far behind Black Death. God, I've never seen things look more straight-liney than like when they're overriding the effect of the rural stuff. Reminds me of Vic 3, build more chop chops, basically. Discovered you yesterday and learned a ton already. Thanks. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching. Can't wait for tropical wood. It's extra wet. Would you venture to say that it is moist? Okay. I'll see my way out. I'll be here all week. Why could we not build? Oh, there's not enough. I forget about the dev requirement. Shoot. Hospitals do require a certain amount of dev. Okay, this has enough dev that we can build a hospital here, and it's overpopped, so... even though masonry's not collapsed, let's just get on that. And then next up, we're building hospitals. And then after that, we're saving money for pest houses, I think, to preserve as much of our pop as possible from the plague. If the plague hits, plague doesn't always hit Asia, but we're just playing as if it's going to, because, like, that's obviously how you're probably supposed to play it. I'll see my way out. Isn't this your house? It's the Lord's house. It's Chat's house. It's the Loud Car's house. Every Paradox game is apart from CK is you got any more of that wood? Also, hi. Hello, hello. Is that also even true with Eve or Hoey? I'm not disagreeing, I'm asking. I feel like Hoey doesn't care about wood, but Hoey doesn't care about anything. Hoey is a godless, econless game. How many civs do you have? How many civies? What, you mean cities? No, I mean civies. Civilian... civilian factors. No, Apex Bull. Coming in with the large car at the end. Thank you for the follow, big nice. Are there any specific RGO bonuses to in your region? I don't think I saw any plus signs. To be honest, I didn't look that closely. I mean, if you want to go all the way over to the Spice Islands, they have like plus 500% on these, which is like bananas. And I know what you're saying, that's bananas, but also that's bananas. But I don't think so. Do I not just not have eyes? Necesita los ojos. No, these bonuses are relatively rare. But the Spice Islands... Spice Islands, I think, have by far the biggest bonus. Followed by, like, the plus 400% copper in Sweden. Dirty Beat Freak, thank you for the follow. Big nice, much appreciated. Koi only cares about weapon factories. Stellaris build empire based on wood. Hoey's coal instead. Yeah, coal and wood are just like the same thing in different phases of their life cycle. Right, really it's just the same thing. The hospitals take forever to build. A little bit disappointing that we... I should have thought through this a little bit better. I always forget that it requires 20 dev. We'll give the control because we'll just get it back. But yeah, it requires 20 dev. Look at how the farmlands are coming up, though. Pretty nice. So much dev a month. Wait, why is that? Jesus Christ. Such a strong ruler trait. I hope this guy lives for fucking ever. We might actually take him out of charge of the military because I think that makes him die faster. Let's actually do that. We want this guy to live a long time. The second we see it, we're gonna build the hospitals. Until then, we'll bank a little bit. Actually, let's see if we have... Building for the potential laborers makes some sense. Here's the thing, though. I don't think we need farming villages, like, at all. And so if we were going to build market villages, now would be a good time. Alright. We're building them on RGOs we're pretty sure we're not going to upgrade into cities. Is the idea here. It's also the Black Plague's not necessarily going to spread to us. You know what's cute is I think we could use the disease map mode in the world select to see how it's spreading. It's a little cheesy, a little cheeky. Malmo and Scania has 500% fish. Yeah, but that's fish. Rush longevity tech. Might be onto something here. Alright, we can't... if you cancel your research, you lose all your progress, but let's actually maybe have a little bit of a think. Right, there is one that gives disease resistance. We've not done this play pattern because it always feels like you're too slow to do it, but honestly it's probably you're just too slow in Europe. Or am I stupid? The man referenced a tech that's not in our section of the tree? Not like this, Jebaited. Jebaited and Djibouted. Not like this. I thought there was, in the free section of the tree, something to do with... So baited, so pitted. Alright, well... We are beelining Deus Volt here. Maybe we don't need Deus Volt first. Let's just do this. Am I going crazy? How? Why don't I just type in resistance? Yeah, it's not in the free tree. Not in the free tree. Market villages are the greatest scam. Hospitals do make you live longer. Yeah. Oh, hospitals, yeah, will make our leader live longer. You're so right, bestie. We're gonna build this hospital no matter what then. In the capital. Okay, it's on the horizon. So, release the Kraken. And by the Kraken, I mean the hospitals. And then the rest, we're just going to save up a bank for building, maximizing pest houses. Because we have incense, so we can do it. Yep, we do have incense. Worm! Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Do you guys value to encouraging migration to the capital early game when you have bad control everywhere else? No, because your capital already gives so much. You get so much from your capital. Migration attraction, that is. It's not worth the cab action. You'd rather invest into, like, stability, legitimacy, or whatever. I think still we could still fade it, but I think the fact that it's here probably means that we don't. Hospitals will be constructed in time. Hopefully in time for us to get a price collapse too. I think we could still fade it though. It will barely reach you before ticking out. We'll see. Did you study to become a math teacher? Because the husband and I have joked about you handling major math teacher vibes in a positive way. Well, I did teach, before I was doing this, I did teach after-school programs chess to kids. We don't need a CB on our subject. And then I also have a philosophy degree. And the only thing you can do in philosophy is teach, so there's like tricklings of both the analytic side and also that stuff. Thunderdome, indeed. Delhi is occupied by 4 different people. Saptogram's getting big. Oh man, we're actually gonna have a... This is gonna be exciting. Saptogram's probably gonna get fat. And we might actually have a bit of a time on our hands. Can we colonize this? Do we want to colonize this? What's the... It is on our subcontinent. We could colonize further away too. Just kidding, we can't. How much pop is there? The really high pop places will take forever to colonize. It will take forever to colonize. Let's maybe colonize here first. Wait, it always just comes from the capital? What is this? Okay, so this is some of the changes. Are we getting the dev in the capital from that then? No, I guess no more dev for colonial charters. Womp womp. Chess is basically a map. Yeah, this guy gets it. Is it worth building hospitals early for the Black Death? I feel like even with hospitals I lose 1 trillion pops. Yeah, I think it's worth. You can't just throw money at getting more pops, basically. And the only opportunity you get is like during Black Death, so you'll like wish you could buy pops later in the game, basically. But monies exist, yeah. Changes to levies make Delhi so bad now. Yeah, everyone being really aggro is also bad for Delhi. Philosophy is basically a pyramid scheme. Yes, it is 100% a pyramid scheme. The only thing you can do with philosophy degrees study. The philosophy degrees were made by philosophers to sell more philosophy. Confirmed. I thought you said it's good to colonize everywhere. I went in my game span, clicked colonies because he told me to. Not like this. Not this early. It's such a large percentage of our income this early. You're supposed to get money first. My guy, I apologize for misleading you. Not like this. We probably are overbanked for what we need, but that's kind of okay. It won't be the end of the world. It's in India now? Yep. Actually, I can throw money at getting more pops. Military wages to conquer locations with pops at them. Yeah, you know what I mean. More like money to move the capital to North Africa so that it could take slaves via tech. You have 1 million ducats? No. I have 1.2k. There's a decimal there. I have a UI mod that changes the way the decimals work so that when I get over 1 million, it's telling me how many I get. Hey, Bob the Yak. Thank you for the $10. Much appreciated, my guy. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of your videos when learning to play the game. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you for the $10. Much appreciated. Do you ever spam non-profitable buildings to create demands? I mean, every bit of civilian infrastructure is a non-profitable building that creates demand, but I think you're asking about a non-profitable production building just to create demand. The answer to that question is no. Other than, I mean, I spam, like, masons when they're not profitable, but that's not to create demand. That's for a different reason. Ooh, we could ask them to improve cultural opinion. Nice. Okay, let's do that. Alright, it's almost here, boys. Cultural capacity is such a nothing burger mechanic, since you inherit the core as a subject. Yeah, no, cultural capacity sucks right now, I agree. It's been a very strong mechanic at various phases of development of the game, but like right now it just sucks ass. I agree with that. 100 MP is very good, but it's not something to obsess over. MP. My brain is blanking what that acronym refers to. Sponsored Noble Art's really nice because it gives a ton of recovery on this. How much antagonism we got? We got a big chunk with Champa. Alright, what was the culture group? We don't have the tooltip for this. We want to know the culture group of the guy we attacked. We'd rather attack more of these guys. I don't know if we can diplomatically get a subject. But inclined to go after Champa next. We're only gonna get one click though. You know, I think we're gonna ask for a law change here. Oh, we're on uneducated masses? Alright, just a sec. We don't really want devout education, though. Oh, this is why we don't have much progress towards spiritualist. Or let's go devout education rather than religious teachings. Yeah. A little bit more literacy for us, though. That'll be nice. Help with quals. What can we do? Oh, no. We're gonna wait one monthly tick before clicking the buttons, because sometimes I've found that you just break the plague and then the plague returns and you have to re-click everything, and it's like a lot of buttons. Like you have to pay the stab again, basically. That kind of changes things, maybe. Alright, let's expel the sick. We'll present scapegoats later. We're also going to move the court into hiding because we don't want our ruler to die, because we actually like him. And now, can we just pest house everywhere? No, we can't. Alright. I don't know if how it prioritizes, but we care about one thing and one thing only, and that's population. I don't know if that's the heuristic it uses. Actually... looking at the pop here. That looks like that's how it decides. Alright, perfect. Pest houses are going up. Yeah, that looks like it, right? Right? It just built it in all the highest pop places. Spectacular. We're saving the pops. We're saving our people. Yeah. F's in chat if you like saving the people. We would like a more free subject trend if we can get it. Yeah, fewer levies, sure. also going to help with satisfaction a little bit. Philosophy degree is decent pre-law degree as well. Yeah, this is the other thing, is they score the highest on the what is it, pre-law, and then they score second highest on LSAT right after physics. MP typoed PM production method. Oh, okay, gotcha. Is free subjects always better than serfdom? I don't see why I'd go serfdom. Well, you used to max tax the peasants is a really nice modifier. But now you're trying to get a lot of prosperity, so now I think you just do it because you value the monthly prosperity. You know, I feel like what the reasoning that they gave for wanting to for changing centralization to decentralization, or like for the centralization changes, was to make different play patterns viable. But I think that, like, before, serfdom versus free subjects was a very interesting thing before the prosperity changes, and now I think that free subjects is just like clearly better because you care about getting the prosperity. And before, I think the tension of trying to figure out how to get a centralization trend, I thought that was interesting, and now you just go decentralization and there's like no decision points. Same with serfdom. Trying to go serfdom was an interesting kind of endeavor because you wanted the raw materials output and max tax for peasants. But now, like, the prosperity, I think, is just more important, so like you don't really go for this. So I think like the decision making got like less interesting. I think like the intention was fine. I also don't think you have to have values be equally viable, because even if the values aren't equally viable, but like so the thing is all the good stuff trends you towards decentralization. So the interesting thing was deciding which decentralization stuff you could afford to take and maintain a centralization trend, and that was interesting. So you don't have to have the decision between the two be interesting necessarily to have like interesting gameplay patterns, but now like it's just not. I have a small sample size, so I don't really know for sure, but it seems to me that you just go decentralization and free subjects every game now. Bro housing the pests? Hell yeah. Or as I like to call them, the plebs. But serfdom, like, kind of was good. Yeah. Lol, I literally called this. This is the exact same dynamic. Yeah, I just read your comment. I didn't realize the 100% prosperity is so important. Yeah, it's important. Yeah, it's important now. Like, I actually got in an argument with someone a little bit who was, like, talking about prosperity, but, yeah, because now, in order to, you need one prosperity that's like, you get it in a fraction of a percent, right? You need a total of one prosperity to max out prosperity now, instead of just needing above positive or a positive amount. So now actually actively getting prosperity matters. What's the trade on the ruler? It's really good. We got another one. Progress towards centralization. No. We also have a general trait, which we'd prefer not to. We wish he was not a general, but an admiral. But the monthly development, 0.02, architectural visionary. One of the better ones. Real good. So we want him to live a while. It's okay for values to be bad intentionally with the balance around policies and privileges. Yeah. And I feel like the game felt like it was balanced in that way. Like, it felt like they really made, like, all the good stuff gives you decentralization trend. And now it's just like, okay, well, it's like, you hit a point where you're just like, okay, it's like, I just go decentralization, obviously. Because, like, we're not even actually actively trying to push decentralization. We have 0.5 trend. We will try and push it, though, for that satisfaction. It's, like, actively good. And the state satisfaction recovery is, like, a really nice quality of life modifier. No, did it leave our country? Not like this. We didn't get... No, this is not good. We didn't get our resistance. Oh... Not what we wanted. I suppose, like, basically nobody died, but... Oh, allow me to reiterate, nobody died from the Black Plague. Bro, we spent so much on those pest houses. And so, here's the thing, is now, if the Black Plague reinfects us, we'll have to isolate the court and also do the pest house thing. We'll get another 20 stab hit. I think we'll pay a little bit for stab right now. Pay a little bit on the slider. Traditional value is ass, and that's okay. That one, though, like, all the good stuff pushes you towards innovative. That one, if you want to make the decision making more interesting, you could by giving, but you wouldn't make it by making. I don't think you would do it by making traditionalists better as much as you would go the other direction, which is make the stuff that give traditionalist trend better. But I think my biggest problem is you didn't need that much centralization trend. Well, that's like a design philosophy with, like, how value should work. I kind of like the value thing. Once you hit 0, you just need to spam Parliament. Yeah. Stab is just a number. The gravel road thing is by far the easiest way to push the value. Yeah, you could make it not +10, though. You could make it +5. Or the Nobles one is +5 and the other one's +10, but you could still, you know, you could do it that way. Yeah, let's just continue along our merry way. Who are we supposed to improve relations with? Really don't know. The Terror of the Deeps, Saptogram. Like, ironically, it was easier to cap centralization than it was to get a hit 100 decentralization. Yes. Quantity versus quality, but quality is just ass, though it looks good. I mean, they put in a 60% nerf, basically, to quantity. Still think it's better, but it's a lot closer. Innovative opposed spiritualist. Press X to doubt. I feel like values should reflect how important they were in real life. It feels like centralization should be more powerful. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was super okay with, like, okay, we open every single run pushing centralization, and maybe that's kind of like a play pattern that, like, they wanted more variance and more decision making and this type of stuff, but I don't know. Could put more centralization stuff later in the tree. The thing is like, as a general play pattern, the fact that privileges don't change throughout the ages is maybe an issue. Like, maybe you should unlock privileges as time goes on a little bit more. Like, because it's like, you have all the tools, basically, or you have most of the tools you're going to have for pushing centralization at game start, and maybe that shouldn't be the case, right? And maybe you should only get 5 instead of 10 from the burgers one, and, like, you could slow it down. That, I think, would have been more interesting, maybe. Frontage is just so valuable, yeah. I think being in the middle, to not be trolling. I think being... Well, that's... No, not the ruler. Oh no, this is the other guy. Alright, we'll give out a couple of privileges and then get our 10, what have you. We don't want progress towards spiritualists. Really. I think generally we like communalism better, so let's make the necessary repairs after clicking up on these. Yeah, already the decentralization from the perspective of how it affects our trend of our... This stuff is like already feels so good as well. Did they nerf this? No, they didn't. I didn't think it was worth taking before, so them nerfing it would have been a little bit weird, but I know they nerfed the other source. Hopefully the Black Plague does not return. That would be really annoying. Do you spam irrigation and granary? Yeah, just not early. Like, right now, roads is more important. You don't have roads everywhere. We have the full discount? Yeah, we do. Our income fell off by a lot, though, even though we didn't lose pops. I assume the Black Death is involved in that. Just by virtue of it killing off some of our trades, maybe? That seems like a lot to lose without us losing actual pops. But just push some of that a little bit. I wish they had add and remove privileges as ages go. Yeah. Yeah, you could also take them away. I think that would be a massive, like, rework type thing, but yeah. Would like to see it. Yeah, we were a little bit leery about expanding out our RGOs and some other stuff. Because we were expecting to lose all of our qualified pops, but now we see we are not. I feel like road building should give +1 centralization. That would be insane. It would be so easy to push it. I don't know if I like that. I think proportion of your buildings... Let's accept demands. Proportion of... So if you could get like up to 10 centralization push from... Well, currently you get more centralization if you have more control. So to some degree, roads already push it. But if you made it so that you could get up to 10 control... proportionate to how many of your locations have roads, I think I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't want... I really don't like this super hyper uncapped value push that you can get. Like right now, you can get it from like having... If you could have 50 subjects, right, you get a push of like 1. And I don't think it should be capped. Or I mean, I don't think it should be uncapped. You ever hand out the burger trade cap privilege? No, I don't like that one. It's not the end of the world if they have it, though. That's not a, okay, we have to work around revoking this type of privilege. Check your privilege. Alright, so I think we still have, yeah, a few locations that are pop capped. Oh, this is pop capped even though it's a... This is going to be a priority to upgrade to a city. Oh, we have a couple of these locations that just don't have anything doing yet. Let's add marketplaces. I forgot we had built up. We want to start utilizing their pop promotions is the thing here, so... We'll do it over here as well. It's going to give them more market access. It's going to be nice. Pushing to an extreme should take longer. Yeah, you know what's really hard to push to all the way is freaking Naval. Like, Naval's... I don't know why they have it 2.5 times as hard to push as land. Like, the land events give you, like, +5, and then the Naval ones give you, like, 2. And they could just make it all 2. Shot, we have to save our people, basically. Wait, why can't we make a spy network? Oh, they're both subjects of Yuan? Alright. Shot, we have to chase our people. Chaser, oh no, no one died, basically. I mean, we would prefer to get all the resistance now instead of getting hit by the Black Plague in 200 years, where we don't have access to the pest house. Like, we might net have more pops die because the Black Plague will be back. So, it's kind of a little bit annoying. Do want to urbanize this as well, because it's capped out. It's nice that they're moving on over to the other things, though. Alright. We could push plutocracy and decentralization. I mean, I think this is the choice. Yeah. Have we pushed this all the way yet? No, we haven't. We might actively push decentralization as well. How are we doing on this? Alright, so fiber crops get used for paper. Do some of that as well. What can we build here? They got like shit input things. How are we doing on institution? As we just get more trade capacity, we'll kind of, even if we don't pay that close attention to it, we'll naturally get some more meritocracy spread. Is it back? See, this is what we're talking about. Oh, I hate this so much. The disease is back, right? But now we have to spend the stab again to move the court into hiding. It is fortunate that I'm pretty sure we get to keep all of our pest... Oh, we don't keep any of our pest houses. That's cool. Super. Yeah. Just what we wanted. That's actual so annoying. I'm gonna wait to see if it actually spreads a little bit. Maybe that's what we should... We waited a month before building our first pest house for that exact reason. I'm pressed, chat. I really hate losing 20 stab for nothing. We could, like, load or do something like this, but... We're gonna wait and see if it spreads a little bit more. It's actually like one of the more frustrating bugs, but I suppose the Black Plague is supposed to be frustrating, huh? So maybe WAD? Maybe WAD? Hit him with the WAD, chat. And it's gone. Alright. Skill issue, basically. Guys, who's back? Just when we thought they were out, they pulled us back in. Debug mode, stability 20. Yeah, that's true. That's actually probably the solution there. Fortunately, the plague is just gone again. Oh no, wait. There's more. No, but like really, like the issue is that your button clicks shouldn't get undone. More so than anything else. That's the real issue. Like, you can leave and go, that's not a problem. But yeah, this is silliness. Does Ethiopia get the Black Death? Yeah, it does. Do you discuss the best capital spot? I'm sure it's Middle Mekong, but unsure if he's rational. Wow, that's so rude. Unsure if he's rational. He said he didn't know if he was rational. Not like this. I mean, I'm kind of fine with Encore. I think we might get also unique buildings for our content here. I think we eventually go naval, and that maybe it's going to end up being here. It kind of feels bad putting it on a jungle hill, though. Do we have plans on doing Serbia in the near future? No, we do not. Khmer, Korea, and Ottomans are kind of the ones I'm looking at in terms of runs. Sub-Sahara does get Black Death, but it's usually pretty neutered. You can get it again later. Favorite oiled up streamer? Where? How close are we to getting Deus Volt? Kind of not very. I guess we just add more of these, to be honest. Still don't know if we want to downgrade this, brother. Do we want it for a pound lock or not? We could just go through here and then here. We could do the sturdy grains on the pound lock. I think that we do want to downgrade this, so let's downgrade it now. So that random stuff doesn't get built there. Especially because the plague is not... Oh, wait, the plague is back. I was gonna say, because I think we built a hospital there. Son of a bitch. It is back. Oh, now to the capital. Okay, so... Now at the very least, we want to do this. And it hits a bunch of locations. Okay, so now we're going to try to do this again. Absolute tragedy. Our stab is just getting kicked in the nuts. We actually should have just not chose the research option. Let's add a little bit more stab investment. Dying out here, chat. Someone send a doctor. We finally got the plague. We got the plague the instant we deleted our hospital. Not like this. This is why you don't cut medical funding. Take notes. So stupid. Generalist doesn't read Twitch chat? True. Big true. The problem with Black Death, they keep coming back until all your pops build up 100 resistance, so pest houses are a waste of money. They're not a waste of money because they save a bunch of pops. You say that like people's lives don't matter, my guy. We're not being, like, hyper accurate. In theory, we should be doing it where there is the plague, not, like, just where the highest pop is, but whatever. And also, we shouldn't do it where there's resistance. I don't know if the auto builder or, like, the shift builder is, like, taking that into account. It should be, but it might not be. God, we built all these pest houses too. It's so obnoxious. I mean, at least we're getting our resistance now, but... Like, this is so not intuitive. Like, for a new player that, like... Well, actually for any player, the plague spawning, you doing a bunch of things about it, and then it going away is, like, actually kind of miserable. WAD, basically. Huge skill issue, not like this. I mean, low-key, though, Tarkus, we could have played around this, so it is kind of, like, a little bit of a skill issue. We should have just, like, built the hospitals, but not built any of the plague houses. Or did the thing until it was, like, widespread in our nation. Like, but that the skill is to wait for it to infect you a decent amount is, like, an insipid play pattern. And we don't even have 100% resistance everywhere. God, this sucks. We don't have 100% resistance everywhere, so it can come back again. And then all of our plague houses... Bro, this is so stupid. Yeah, we only... Bro. I'm losing my mind out here. I think it's gonna die out from here, but... What percent of your pop are you losing? Not a whole ton. We've lost 200,000 pops. So, like, 10%. So it's not that bad. Hey, thank you for the 100 knock. Just wanted to support your content and all the creation guide. Thank you for the spreadsheets. You're very welcome. Thank you so very much, my guy. What's the knock currency? It's always neat when people... The Crota. Cool, 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 cool. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you. No, not our good ruler. He's dead. He's dead. We have a spouse that is not going to bear us children, so our line's gonna end here. My line is ended! Are we still in the cabinet? This guy was in the cabinet. No, he wasn't. Yeah, his line's gonna end. Unless we can pick up some more wives, so we'd have to change the law. We don't really care. Did anyone survive? Yeah, basically. Pain. Pure pain. She has similar religion, so... You know what's funny is the Red Turban Rebellion can't pop as long as there's this rev going on, if I recall correctly. Kinda cute. That's so fetch. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, 3. They're the same. But this one, if I recall correctly, has wetlands. Right? No, that one has wetlands, so we'll build to here. we forgot the most important building. Best building in the game. The temple. Just give up on EU5. Come play Vic 3, bro, on the early access patch, bro. I can't play that patch on stream. That's against the rules. Does it matter if his line ends? No, but we're not gonna miss opportunities to use Lord of the Rings quotes. It's strictly negative EV on that. I think it's just taking... That would almost be good if we were actually pushing naval yet, but we're not. Oh, I guess so it is just almost good, not would be almost good. Kind of doesn't matter. I kind of don't want to click the levy button. Do we not? Can we not change our marriage law? Oh. I think we still want to get on to civil society, though. For the max tax. And maybe we don't fight tax exemption. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Nice roll. So we could just increase the ties to neighbors. If we want. We could also go for a CB. What's our antagonism look like? Pretty good. We're gonna get the CB anyways. I kind of like not getting the -7 on the stab hit. We could also go for max tax, but the max tax isn't going to do a lot for us right now. Yep. Okay. We'll take the 7 stab, I guess. That's the main reason we want to succeed. Saptogram will never be our enemy. They will destroy us. A day may come when I don't nag you about Ethiopia, but that is not that is not this day. Today, we dine in hell. Wait, wrong movie. Tonight we dine in hell. I didn't realize this was colonizable. Am I just like going insane, or did this get depopulated by the plague? I must be going insane. But it's not this day. Thank you for the $2. Much appreciated. You should be able to hyper-pop growth in Malmo due to the herring market, though. Max out the fish RGO, add fishing villages, and you'll have sick pop growth. Why have super... What? I'm not sure I understand. Is there a play keeping your area, depopulated areas low population for growth and use cabinet to push them out continuously? No, I don't think so. I'd have to double check the math, but here's the thing is, as you depopulate the low population areas, yeah, you have a higher percentage pop growth, but it's being applied to a much smaller number of pops. So, like, it sounds better than it is mathematically. If that makes sense. Then I shall die as one of them. Exactly. Glad you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Need more money. These roads are just absolutely insane, though. Like, Khmer would be like... We would without the lake change and the road change, this would be so much more miserable from a proximity perspective. And, like, our proximity is so good. It's so hot right now. 500% fish in Malmo? Yeah, but why is that giving us more population growth? Is the... Why are we thinking that? Oh, we forgot to swap this over. Or back to free subject push. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Got it, got it, got it. I don't know if free subject's the best one to push early. I guess we can push naval, we can push synthesize, we can push cap economy. Plutocracy we maybe want to push if we want to swap theocracy. A new emperor of a different line. Long may he reign. He is but a child. Can we choose your education, sir? Open dynasty. What dynasty? Wait, he's, where is he? I didn't realize we had a kid. Oh, he's the brother of the guy? Yeah, may he also roll the dev growth thing. We watch the trilogy every year with my friend group as a tradition. I honestly, like... I haven't watched it in so long, but I consume so many of the Lord of the Rings memes, it's actually, like, a little bit crazy. And not, like, crazy in a cool way, but it's like, I'm referencing these movies I haven't seen in so long, and I know so much of the movie by heart from memes, which is some hot strangeness. I didn't realize this was going to go through here. That'll do. The lake has got some weird proximity effects. We can sit on our diplomats, to be honest. We do want to grab a CB on them, but... I hate this event. We'll take the legitimacy hit. I wish it gave you an option to swap. She's young enough, I guess. We wish that she was younger, but we could marry a lowborn. It's such a big legitimacy hit. We want to get started on the kids. We'll get like 1 or 2 or something. I don't know. Not as many as we'd like. We'd like them half as much as we should like, and deserve them half as much as we deserve. That's the quote. Can't ever listen to Legolas talking about hobbits being taken to Isengard without the Yam. That's big true. The Lord of the Rings subreddit goes incredibly hard. Yeah, the only one that goes harder is like the prequels memes. Like the prequels meme subreddit like nearly invented the genre. I mean, they kind of did. Because there was, like, one dude who, like, I think literally every day he made a prequel meme, which is why, like, half the movie is a meme. Yeah, the lake is like, the lake being wonky is kind of weird, but we literally just don't care which lake province we connect to, we just want to click to. We wish that she was younger, not like this. Caught in 4K. No one clips my channel until I say something about wishing she was younger, then we get all the clips. Not like this. Truth hurts. How are we looking on annexation for this guy? Do we want to annex immediately? I mean, we could actually get a little bit of proximity up here. Most of the pops are down here, where we would have the proximity. It's not necessarily that valuable, but it starts getting us set up for, like, next one. Yeah, we probably want to start annexing them. It's all flatland, too, so, like, this really is our, like, this is really our power base. We probably just want to annex this entire thing, like, ASAP. I think we could rake back some of our spending here. Not a lot, just a little bit. are we doing on the institution spread? Third the way there. Could accelerate it a little bit. Our colony finishes, so we'll probably start another one here. There's one that just has gold here. We'll go for that. We probably should have checked the pops. Yeah, yeah. From my recollection, there weren't a lot of pops there, so we'll get started on that right away. Do we want to push naval? Do we? Our ruler no longer has a general trait, though, right? Yeah, so we can actually go noble navy and actually start pushing it slightly. So I think we'll do that. How progressing towards conciliatory are we? Pretty hard, so that'll be good. No. Yeah. There's no really good province to dev, right? I don't think there is. To be fair, the one where we're outgoing navally is maybe makes some sense, but it's probably not enough sense. Serfdom is great, it's just free subjects, it's just because prosperity is more important. Yeah. Is it worth it to religiously convert pops or just push tolerance? I think you just push tolerance. It requires too much investment to convert pops, like, really aggressively. Like, some of the passive things are fine enough to do, but, like, to do it actively, like, or it's, like, not worth the cab actions. If you, like, if you build buildings that convert pops, that's fine, but, like... Another thing is you want to push humanist anyways, because this helps with culture conversion. Culture conversion you care about a whole lot more. But, like, yeah, you care more about cultural conversion. Because, like, even if you're integrating everything because you're using subjects to integrate it, this type of thing, you will eventually care about the culture modifier. Or what is it? Where can we check discipline? You care about this. The discipline modifier that's coming from nobles of your culture. A little bit, I guess. I think this is worth more than the clergy satisfaction. Maybe not. You can satisfy the clergy by not taxing them, though. Because when you have pops of your primary religion or more religious unity, it gives you more satisfaction. Converting gives clergy satisfaction and pop satisfaction. Yeah, but if you have enough tolerance of heathens, it doesn't give you that much satisfaction. Asking because I'm playing Vijayanagara and wondering if I should take +1 avatars allowed or tolerance. Well, it depends what that marginal avatar is going to get you. Culture hedge is basic. Yeah, it is. There's a tax base, there's roads are coming in. Actually, where's our roads? We need roads here and here. So this road we could do just here. And this road isn't going to matter for proximity, but we'll just do it here. Just to get some roads down for the dev growth. How are we doing on dev growth? What's wrong, Delhi? What's wrong? What's going on, Delhi? Wow, Vijayanagara lost a war? Vijayanagara got clapped somewhere. I guess maybe they fought Balmani. We're not rivaling Sapt Graham, so I guess that's what we're doing. You only want to build goods to market demand instead of full collapse of price. You want to collapse price somewhat sometimes. It just depends. None. Okay, there is lumber here, so we can. Forgot we could build slave markets, and then in all these. Do some of this as well. And then let's start expanding out some of the civilian infrastructure. That's going to give us more spread on the institutions. And then the other places we'll target will be... Wow, I can't believe we have so many books. Normally you don't get to expand them all. Yeah. Just looking to max out literacy. Yeah, our literacy is not very good. I think we just swapped over the one that gave peasant literacy, so that'll help out a little bit. Nice, get core. Oh, he maxed out. We enforce culture here, but we have an easier time accepting his culture and as part of our culture group. I don't think we need to do that. Because then we won't be able to integrate him as fast. We can declare on Sukhothai. Really expensive, though. We're not even stronger than him? Crazy. Well, you know what's cute is is our demand for horses. I mean, I think that the pop demand doesn't go through until after the other demand, but that's cute. I'm just thinking about building cavalry. We have so much horse demand that we kind of like don't want to build cavalry. Maybe this is WAD, the way we're supposed to think through it. I mean, we could build more Baylist elephants, and then they upgrade into the infantry if we want to go infantry next. Age. And maybe we do and we don't get any cavalry next stage just because of the texture of the research tree is such that I think that's probably going to be... Well, actually, it depends if we get professional army and something else. If we get professional army and something else, would we prefer catching up at the other tree, and we'll just go men-at-arms, but... If we just get professional army, that's all we have for a while, we probably will get cavalrymen eventually. I don't know. When in doubt, just pick the memeier option, which is just going for more of these. I also do think this creates demand for elephants, no? Yeah, it does. So... Do you live by a racetrack? No. You misunderstand. There's a racetrack, and it goes... around where I live, so I'm like inside of it, not next to it. Yeah. What's the plan to get institutions? Trade. To be fair, we could be a little bit more aggressive about some things. We have to get to the coast to some extent as well. Actually, so let's maybe think through that a little bit more. Which ones of these is, yeah. We'll upgrade this next tick, because this is going to be one of our better harbors. We have a union. I'm not sure if we want to use that union to try and integrate guys, especially if we're going to religion flop. But we could go federal for like the legitimacy and stuff like that. Is this one of those ones where it's tricking us into accidentally spending 100 stab? It is. He hates it. Dave's Vault soon. If it's not in the capital, we don't really care, so. Or if it's not in a market capital, we don't care. It's all about getting it here, but it's starting to spread faster and faster as we get more and more trade cap. Yeah, I don't know how quick. I'm guessing we're going to get professional army late. And that we maybe only get one thing out of professional army, and maybe we get the infantry out of it. It really depends on how things go in terms of these guys trading with Alexandria. Alexandria is just it's gonna make a massive deal how things work with Alexandria now that they've changed it so that it can get trade on the other side. Any advice for colonization coming soon? And I haven't found a good video how to do it correctly. We're probably going to do a colonization video soon. The thing is I've been putting it off or not doing it because the really unfortunate truth is that a lot of how to colonize properly is just playing around really scuffed AI. Rather than like understanding some sort of immersive relationship thing, it's like understanding, okay, this is important and the AI doesn't do it, so you have to play around that. And it kind of feels bad. We're building in this province because it has clay. Can we double check that these guys are using... Yeah, they're using the clay PM. Let's maybe expand out the clay so they continue to use the clay PM when automated. Game is not paused. Yeah, sure. We didn't build all the... What are we doing with our lives? We didn't build all these buildings. Or the Royal Court and the Chancery. I think the big ones. What do we need? Money. Alright, fair. Chancery is also going to be important. Colonization is broken like 50% of the game features. Full release, by the way. Yeah, colonization, like, it also sucks because I think that, like, in theory, it might be better just to actually keep the stuff yourself, because if you keep the stuff yourself, you can use plantations. So it's actually also just like this thing where, like, you want these, like, bifurcated strategy, like, do they have plantationable RGOs or not? And if they do, because, like, so this is an example. The AI will close the RGOs that you build. Or not the RGOs. They'll close the plantations you build. Plantations are really good. So, if it makes tobacco, you want to make a plantation for tobacco, they'll just close the plantation on top of, like, it being scuffed with slaves. And so, now the play pattern becomes, okay, well, they have tobacco here, so I'm just going to own it directly because I care about the tobacco. It's like, And so, like, saying this is correct versus, like, this is correct if you're RPing becomes, like, the nature of the video, and I hate doing videos like that. Because, like, if you're RPing, this is how you should RP it, just, like, feels weird. Like, it's like, which of these is better? And, like, the way that the mechanics are currently, it's like, the better thing is, like, weird. 1400 when it's spread to Singapore for you? That's quick. That's quick. That's fast. Did you do anything, like, weird, like taking the Maldives? Do you take Maldives to get it there? Or is that just naturally it kind of got there at that point? Right now we're trying to get a little bit more, we're caring about this coastal stuff because we want to get more sailors so we can explore. But we're also kind of really still caring about the roads quite a lot. This guy's building a road, he's building a road to there. It's crazy that silk is so cheap. What the hell? Are we not using the silk PM? I think we'll urbanize this so that they can get the RGO bonus for fine cloth, and we just push fine cloth here. We need the masonry to come down, though. Fair. Alright. A little bit of a waiting game now. And do anything weird? AI owned the market capital of Singapore. Interesting. The AI owning it is also, it can be super obnoxious because they can do for Parliament contain on the market capital. It's actually so obnoxious. Why did they remove the river map mode, eh? I don't know. This is a mod that we have to put it back in. No, I think I kind of understand it. Like, from the perspective here is they're cleaning up the input bindings thing, and I think they were trying to, the input bindings not saving properly bug, I think that they were dealing with that, and while they were doing it, they're like, okay, let's take out these development map modes because they shouldn't even be in here to begin with. But the rivers map mode is a development map mode. Like, it's supposed to be just for, like, internal checking of things and not actually used, and people are actually using it, and so I don't think it was intended. I think on Monday it'll get hotfixed back in, but we'll see. I think if they are intentionally removing that's fucking crazy, but I don't think that that's the case. I think that is crazy because it's such an important map mode. Like, I can't imagine a scenario where that's intentional. That, like, makes sense to me, at least. It's like one of my most used map modes. It's like, rivers are so important. And the fact that, like, there's a functional river map mode, like, there's a map mode. It doesn't look pretty, but it's there, right? This actually mod makes it, like, more functional, because you can actually click on locations, whereas with the other river map mode you couldn't. I kind of also enjoyed that it was super scuffed. At the point I was at, I'd been playing with the scuffed river map mode for so long, I thought it was actually really funny. All three institutions were basically at the same time. Yeah, so then we probably end up getting, like, just one. We probably just, if all institutions come at the same time, we're going to have to play catch-up in all the trees. And so probably the only thing we do in professional armies is we get the tactics. We maybe get gunsmith, cannon maker, maybe hoofknights, and then we just book it to men-at-arms. I guess we have to really recruit the peasants because it's pretty good, so... The Herminator. Is that like the Shermanator, but Herman? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. The Herminator. Shout out to the Shermanator. Long may he reign. Glass. You can produce a little bit more glass here. Yeah, we clicked it. A little bit of delay on the click. They removed it because performance reasons. Heard from dev friend is bullshit. They removed the old one for performance reasons. This is not the old one. The old one was insane, and it took like 3 minutes to load. The old river map mode was very pretty, and it had a bunch of arrows, and it was absolutely horrendous for performance, and so that's why they took that out. This is not the old river map mode. This is the new one. Yeah. This is the... Okay, this is a placeholder for when we get... this was like a placeholder map mode for when they... would actually redo the river map mode because the other one was killing performance. Even when you didn't have the river map mode activated. And they just didn't get around to like making a pretty map mode. Because it was a low priority. Because, well, I mean, I think a lot of... There's no shot that anyone else was using the river map mode anywhere near as much as me. I was using it so much. For me, it's like one of the like most important map modes, but I think other people aren't looking at it like that, so that's kind of why it just got left on the block. And honestly, I don't know how much other players are using the river map mode. For me, it's like it's so important for evaluating what to do and what to place where. But like if you're just not caring about that type of thing and you're just expanding and you're just rolling over the AI and like doing this type of thing, then like it really doesn't matter very much. I don't really care about changing to closed borders, but... Alright, so we have a discount on farming, so let's... RGO builder... Farming... Yeah, only 22 gold to expand out these things. So the ones that are above 1.5, I think we're just going to expand out twice, and all the other ones will expand out once. Up to 0.5. And then we'll evaluate based on how much gold we have left. Alright, that should be good. And then, okay, what do we do from here? We have a good amount of gold left. We don't have to expand out all the way, but we can expand, I guess, some of these a little bit more. Something like this, that's probably fine. Your monthly ducats is insane. Thanks, I got it from my mama. I think the roadmap should show rivers and direction. I think that would be like a fine way of trying to do it, yeah. Top 3 map modes for me. Yeah. I build the whole country around river map modes. Yeah, like if you're trying to place stuff in the theoretically correct spot, knowing where a river is so freaking important. So like, I don't know, but if you're just looking to get it to like 80% correct and you just like don't care and you're playing fast, it's not that important, I guess. Definitely not in my top 5 map modes. I use it like twice a run. Yeah, so that's probably. You almost certainly play way faster than I do, Connor. Like Playmaker plays so much faster than I do. He was like, his AARs, he could do like 3 or 4 in the same time it took me to do 1 or something. But like, if you want to correctly place things... We're still waiting on the price collapse on glass. Yeah. That is indeed what we're waiting for. Wasn't there a river direction in the key bindings? Yeah, I think that map mode was also skepped. How the fuck am I supposed to play Malaya? I think Connor's in chat, and Connor has a better idea of this. I think if you you can start as one of these guys, and you get an event, and then Majapahit was seeming better, but maybe he was. I'm thinking Malacca. The mod is cool. I want to make him official. One, because it makes sense in hub casual people. Yeah. I use the river map mode to explain people that rivers affect proximity. That's the only time you use it? Yeah. Well, you're probably putting your cities in the wrong place then some of the time. Some of the time it probably doesn't matter, but... Yeah, we never click that. Alright, so we're going to be starting to gain a little bit of sailors. I think that we are going to need one more wharf. Chanbo we don't own. We're going to need one more wharf, I think, exactly. To get enough cap. To get enough capacity for sailors to be able to explore. Because I only play multiplayer, you're the only content creator that's relevant because we need to min-max since Conquest is so much more difficult. Yeah, if you're conquering stuff, it's a lot faster. Yeah, they have to save scum? Yeah. Thank you, Connor. I know you had mentioned it before, I thought you had, but I was also not sure if it was Malacca or Malaya. Hey. Wait, what? Oh, I'm stupid. We're the same fucking religion, aren't we? Yeah. I'm fucking dumb. Alright, so Champa we could do. But then we have to fight all of Yuan's stuff. So we made a mistake. We should have fought this guy instead of this guy some time ago. Wow, it's actually... We don't have very good pickings right now. I mean, we could try saying if this is... We're probably going to save scum this war to see how viable the war is. I don't know if we just get run over by all these guys altogether. If we deck on Champa or not. My Korea playthrough, River Map Mode, most use map mode. Lots of little awesome channels in Korea, Manchuria, that allow you to really take advantage of. Yeah. But like or fishing villages? True, we could go fishing village. I think fishing village on the gem is not insane. The thing is it's like, we would prefer market villages on the gems, I think. All other things equal. We could build fishing villages on one we're planning to upgrade. I think we're just gonna look to urbanize this. We just have to wait for the glass price to adjust. Which I think it is adjusting. It should be trending downward. Yeah, we have a positive balance of glass. And I think a lot of the demand is getting killed, so it should be coming back down. Excuse me? That's the wrong direction, bud. We didn't create more demand for glass, I don't think. Are slaves bugged because they don't convert or do anything other than take up RGOs? What do you mean? I would, if you're talking about plantations, I would describe the plantations as being bugged rather than the slaves, but... The Yuan Horde. For the Horde, yeah. Just waiting on cheap glass. My Empire's pretty hard with all the bigger people around you. Cops were hurt. They heard you were saves coming. Yuan called the police. Yeah. I don't know how hard it is to fight Yuan with all these vassals. I think it's probably impossible, but we're gonna probably test it out and then saves come the test, so. And if we were playing on Iron Man, we just wouldn't deck the war. Because if you don't know what's correct on Iron Man, you just play like a little bitch. This is the way. Yeah, we have 3 locations we want to upgrade to town. Starting to drop. When will the base drop? Who knows? Alright, there we go. How are we doing on roads? This is going to give us 2 roads here. Or 2 locations worth of road. How about this, actually? We can do that here as well. Don't necessarily need to connect it up to the capital. But this, in theory, if you're just caring about development, you should not make contiguous roads, right? You should just connect. Because if we connect it to the capital, you only get 1 road per road built, and if you connect just 2 locations, you get 2 roads per road built. Or locations each have roads, because when this finishes, both Persat and this place will have a road, and we just purchase 1 road, right? When that one finishes. In theory, if you want to, like, micro super hard, you, like, play around this type of thing. At least initially. Like, you should, every other segment, build a road instead of every segment. Maybe you value the control more. How does stealing tech works? And sometimes I can't do it. I think they have to have more tech than you, or a tech lead or something like this. It's really powerful. It's super, super way more powerful in the beta. But if you're ahead, you can't really use it. Slaves are not bugged. Most people use them wrong. Well, the way that plantations employ up is bugged, and the most valuable thing that slaves do is plantations. So, if someone wants to describe that as a bug. I think the road logic works, unless you mean just for the dev bonus. I do mean just for the dev bonus, Connor, yeah. That's what I'm talking about here. Because we really care about it, because jungle is, like, apocalyptically bad for dev, so, like, when we have minus 40%, getting plus 25% is a huge come up. Do we need to wait a month? Or is it actually just... Yeah. Stone talking about the road has road bonus, though, for development. But then, like, yeah, it is less control. Like, the closer the roads are to your capital, the more control you get. Stealing tech is in the covert actions, yeah. We maybe could do it on Yuan, except our spy network would go so slow on Yuan. Do it on Korea, maybe. Or no, we cannot. Don't think we've noticed any institution spread over here. How much longer? We're getting close. Not too long until we can get meritocracy. Are we collapsed? We are. Cool. So we're going to do the 2 places that have decent harbors, and the place that is in the same province as the Silk. Could actually maybe do both the farmlands that are in here. We can remember which hotkey has farmland. Oh no, but this is a different province. Is there anything good in this province for our geo bonus? The alum. So maybe take a look. Do we have any place that's overpopulated? No. Most of our population's down here, though. It's probably okay. It's really going to give us a lot of higher tier pop potential promotions. They scale like based on pop size, so promoting more down here is just generally going to be better. Let's double check if we have temple potential. We do, and then We have potential for libraries, which we should. And that's all of our money. Yeah, but right now we're trying to actually get coverage from the perspective of dev. Are slaves in your Bengal run eligible to be by culture? We don't have a Bengal run. I'm not sure. Is there another... Are you asking Connor? Does Connor have a Bengal run? Going. What's your favorite nation? Nice. What will happen to the mandate? What's our favorite nation? I really like going naval and like doing some naval stuff, so it's probably... There's a lot of different choices. I think England might be my favorite. England has a bunch of content. Yeah. It's going to be amazing Poundlock Snake. I know. Here, 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 here. Through the lake and over the woods. To grandmother's house we go. We're pretty far from Poundlocks, though. Trying not to overthink that too much. Let's maybe just do a... Does this make money check? What makes the most money, in theory? Tools... Elephant harvesting ground. I don't know why this employs so many freaking pops. Oh, they nerfed it again. 2,500 a level. That's not as bad. Okay. We'll do that for a little bit more ivory. Yeah, this location is pretty nice for the paper like stuff because it both has lumber and also fiber crops. So even once we swap to rag paper, it's going to be good. And then if I recall correctly for the books do use dyes as well. So it's going to be good for books as well. So this is actually kind of a nice little province here. Because you don't get bricked by the rag paper transition, which like normally would be a bit more of a thing. These are roaded up, right? I think... No, not all roaded up. That'll be our next thing that we spend money on. We care more about the nobility stuff. Especially because we can give out a burger privilege that's going to be reasonable. We're not pushing capital economy yet. This is just going to be good. You don't need that much more trend to be able to start pushing it, though. Do we have 65 free subjects yet? Yeah, we do. Okay, so decentralization, we can push a little bit more. Let's do that now. Actually, we'll just get more subjects. It'll just kind of push naturally. It's maybe not a priority. Conciliatory, I think we want to push to like 5, though. Why do some locations get more food production percentage from others from river flowing through a pattern modifier? I don't see the pattern. See 25% there. I was unaware. Okay, so there's only 5% here. It might have to do with location size, which is a modifier that's not really transparent. It affects institution spread a lot. Yeah, but why is the river flowing through only 5% here? I don't know the answer to this question. My intuition would be it cares about location size. But this looks visibly like a smaller location and it has 25%. My second intuition would be that it depends on something of this, but all of this is like... Why this one is 5% and the others aren't, I don't know. What's your favorite nation IRL? This is controversial. I should just name a Balkan one. Which nation would be maximally upsetting to the most people? Do you keep bonuses from tax if you lose access to playing them? I don't think you... I think you lose the regional capital bonuses if you swap, and you lose the religion ones if you swap. I think those are two. Missing cabinet members? I know. We have a pipe dream where they will eventually be children of ours, but also this guy's new. I was going to say the follow-up was going to be like, we had just pure junk in terms of who we could appoint. We're going to leave this one blank because it's just a bunch of junk guys. It's maybe not correct to do that, but... We don't care about moving towards centralization, but we actually don't want to move towards serfdom either, so we'll just do this. The Jurchen Rebellion. Oh, right. Oh, steel technology also used to be 25. Like the pre-release steel tech was like so absurd. It was like doubling your tech research speed effectively. River frontage versus location size? Maybe. Kosovo or Albania? Aren't they the same thing? There we go. We got him. Actually, that's not making the most amount of people upset. That's making a small amount of people really upset. It's really better to keep it in Izmit or something. Yes, talking about the Ottoman's capital. Unless you're getting a bunch of bonuses from having a building in Constantinople, which I think there are some Constantinople buildings, so that might even be the case. I think we keep this as a breadbasket. This is going to be a really nice breadbasket because nobody's going to trace proximity through here. And so we're just going to put down this to keep that in mind. But, like, honestly, we also don't need breadbaskets because we're playing... We have freaking berets. What does combat speed actually do? It's useful for Navy because it increases the speed at which boats can retreat. But for soldiers, it's not very useful. What it does is, let's do formation. So you have guys in reserve and guys on the front, and then guys who actually engage in battle. What combat speed does is it allows the guys to move from reserves to a front quicker, and then from a front to engage, they use initiative. So it's useful on armies that are reinforcing, because when you reinforce, they all go into the reserves, and so if you're using multiple armies, right, and you're having them reinforce each other, it gets to be kind of a nice modifier. But currently, and I think this is something they want to change, you can overstack the box, so we can put more than 11 guys, 11 being the maximum frontage, in this box. And so because of that, it invalidates the importance of combat speed. So combat speed's not very important. Clip it? Not like this. I don't know if there's a country of Balkans that's is hated by the others. Maybe the Turks because of history. Well, I mean, like, isn't Turks just the most important Balkan country? Got him. Got him again. Vuka, ex-Vuka, thank you for the follow, big nice. Kosovo is not Albania. Hey, we got him. We got him. Stop the rage bait. It's so good, isn't it? They reduced the overstack in the box. Yeah, you can still overstack a little bit. Which I'm fine with it being a little bit. You know, before initiative didn't matter because you could overstack. And I was, when writing the guides for, when writing, because I wrote the official tutorials, I wrote the initial, like, outline / like, script for it. And when doing that, I was talking about overstacking the box as a strategy, to, like, overcome the need for initiative. And then, like, I talked to Johan about it, like, later, and he's like, oh, that's not WAD. But they fixed it. Or I shouldn't say exactly what he said, but, like, it wasn't WAD. It wasn't supposed to work like that. So the entire, like, a big section of, like, the outline that I had delivered was, like, was no good because it was better to do it a particular way, but it wasn't intentional that it was going to be better to do it that way. Greeks hate, you know, got him. You're welcome for these layups. Double your rage bait, so good. No, everyone knows the Balkans isn't real. Estonia is the best Balkan country. It's the only one I know of. Hey, this guy gets it. I drunkenly said my Serbian friend was from Kosovo, and he literally jumped on me. Shout out to Sasha for not killing you, basically. No, it's I don't know the politics, I just know conflating one with the other thing is just always strictly best for rage bait. I don't know the full interworkings of the Balkan situation, let's call it. I just know the sound it makes when it gets mad. That's why we built it. Kind of was hoping for a little bit more. We could do glass here as well. Oh, yes. Or we have the sand. Oh, maybe it was a mistake to build so much glass in the capital then? Probably not. It's probably fine. What's in your province? What's in your wallet? Pearls? Kind of weak. I mean, we don't have any gold or silver. We have a lot of gems, though. Just thinking in terms of jewelry. In theory, we want the jewelry as close to the capital as possible because of reasons. So, because you want to be really... You care a lot more about input efficiency on gold and silver than anything else. And I wonder if it's more efficient to have this province produce jewelry or the capital. Because control effectively increases input efficiency, but... Where there's like a cross-section of these two things. Man, I really wish I had the equation for prices, because then I could actually calculate that shit, but I don't. The exact equation for prices. I mean, Balkan people are like that. Yeah, the Balkan thread on the discussion thing is just like forever long. It's just them all being like... I don't want to say favorite, but the most striking, like, you're missing the plot and you're, like, actually, like, a bigot, was, like, there was this one comment, a person in the Hungary one, and he was like, what was it, he was commenting that it was, like, offensive to Hungarians that some of the pops there be considered, Slavic or something like this. and then like he like didn't understand why it would be offensive to say that it's offensive, and not to mention like he was like wrong, like they like weren't Hungarian from that region, but he's just like it's saying that it's offensive for your people to accidentally be considered this other group is in itself an offensive thing. And he was like, what do you mean? They're not Hungarian? Clearly the best people. We need masonry and sand. Do we really need more masonry? Alright, fair enough. We might start pushing food storage soonish. We're so rich. Do we have another place that we could push this stuff? We have another clay. Alright, so where's the province? Alright. We have stone? We do have stone as well. It doesn't always pick the right PM for this, though. We'll just do it anyway. It might not end up being good, but that should be enough to, like, move things along. How dare you call me XYZ other ethnicity? Was basically the guy's response. How dare you? God, our margins are such butt. Are distillery still going to be the best thing here? We see Carpenter's Guild's pretty good. Kind of care about efficiency per production on the Carpenter's Guild. But we don't produce wood in there, and we have so many provinces that produce wood. We have iron in here, but no provinces, no upgraded any of this. So I guess this is the next play. We'll upgrade that and get rolling. And then we had a bunch of towns come in, so we're gonna have a bunch of wharfs and libraries and temples we want. Yeah. How much do we need to explore? 250. Oh wow, we need way more capacity. Not like this. That's in our market, right? Yeah, it is. It is an input for... not that one. Although we do want that one here. This... no, but we can't build it. Alright. Over there. Do bench press skills apply to EU5? No, otherwise it'd be a lot better at EU5. Like, low-key, like, I'm way better at lifting weights than I am at EU5. It's just that everyone else also sucks at EU5. What's considered good prosperity now? Like, minimally good? 1.05 probably is what you want. Which is to say you want to get the prosperity to 100. I mean, you always wanted the prosperity to 100, but the thing is, in order to get your prosperity to 100, now you need, like, 1.05 trend, so... becomes way more important. We actually have a source of it here in Khmer, so we're doing hot. The Rivers bonus question has me running down a rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't know the answer to you. Or, I do know that province size or location size affects some things, and that's like the most not intuitive modifier, or like the most unclear modifier. So... I would mention that, but like, yeah, look at just how much effect the road has when it overrides the fact that the things have the vegetation. What's your stance with posting Excel files into your Discord? I don't care, go for it. Just put it in a spoiler, say not for children, obviously. Are you a comedian? No. We have a face for comedy, though. The truth hurts. Yeah, when working on the, when Paradox invited me to help out with the official tutorials, they told me I had a face for outlines, so I worked on the outlines. That's a joke, by the way, they didn't insult me like that. They did not hit me with that one. They should have. I told them it's good because I have a face for outlines. I don't think they got it. Yeah. Technically, like the bridge at the most outpost portion is not important. Which is why the AI doesn't like building it. So, like, the shift click on the bridge tends to be a lot better than actually just building them everywhere, but I don't think it's the biggest leak to build them everywhere. Tight. Nice. Can also build fine cloth out of here. It's just like the margins on these buildings are really bad for us now. It's mainly going to be RGO town. Yeah, especially on the iron. Let's just expand it out a little bit. But also, we're starting to exhaust our best RGO opportunities, so the eco is slowing down. Or the growth is slowing down. Our growth rate's, like, yeah. So, urbanizing is going to get better and better, though, because it gives us more higher tier pop levels, which is going to increase overall demand. Because, like, on a per pop basis, these guys are eating way more. These guys are also, whoever's in the bigger deficit or bigger deficits are going to be better. And per pop, burgers have a bigger deficit. Also, we're getting the burger tax is starting to approach the commoners tax as we've lost all of our serfdom. So now the market villages are going to be quite a bit better. So let's actually maybe do that as well. We kind of want those always subsidized because we care more about the market access on them. In particular, we do want the horse one to be quite a bit better. So we're just adding it where we know. We're not adding it in the best spots right now. We're kind of just adding it where we know we want the market access. Except for the horses. That's why we added more than one. Because, yeah, we have a low enough amount of market capacity that would be improved quite a bit by doing this. I've been working on using automation techniques to move pop needs data into an Excel file. No human error with the files I made for Victoria 3. Nice. Your stream is coming in clutch when I'm bored doing this. Nice, nice. I was corny, but I like the vid. I only noticed that I only had one like. But at least like the vid. Oh, you mean yeah. People liking it does help out. It makes it reach more things, but I was thinking about this the other day, is generally speaking, I try not to pester people like mid-video or whatever about like liking, comment, subscribing, like this type of stuff, or like using my creator code for buying Paradox content, which gives me 12% of the cut. That's me plugging it while talking about it. But because I get mildly annoyed when it's like in the middle of a video and it like interrupts the flow of the video. We're like, by the way. And so, like, if I get annoyed by it, like, stuff that annoys me in videos, like, I try not to do. But, like, from a content creator's perspective, it's just, like, so much smarter to be doing it. Especially, like, stuff like memberships and, like, subs and, like, this type of stuff. And the notification bell specifically, you should just be, like, way more aggressive theoretically. But, like... God, proximity and market access are getting such a fat buff. I wish they keep speeding up the economy. I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, I know exactly how I feel about that. Like, a lot of changes I like, but then they're speeding up the economy, and in general, I think they should be slowing down the economy right now. That's how I feel about that. I think we wanted to get a road for the silk. Yeah. You live near a racetrack? No, I live inside of one. It goes around my house. My grandparents refused to sell it to the racetrack owners when they wanted to build the racetrack, and so they just built it around it. Steam Glazer, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Also, you're the performatively funny, proving my point, which is that if I talk about subs and like Prime subs and this type of stuff, it tends to help me out, but it also interrupts the flow of like me talking about the game or this type of thing. It's like relevant because it's germane, or I guess it's both. It depends which word you want to use to like what we're talking about like on stream. But like in theory, I should do that stuff more. Real. I hate when we spend money on a road and then we get the road thing. All right, so we just want to make sure that we spend money on the road before we're done. Aristocratic support's probably okay. We want a CB, though. I think on this. And then let's do aristocratic support. Why is this not... The buttons are being funny. And then, do we win this war without... Allegedly, no. Autonomy support's great. Alright, let's ask for larger levies. I don't know if we want to take the stab hit. I guess we will. So now... Oh no. We fucked up. I'm not gonna load over it, but... I was supposed to get it on a different one of his subjects so I could deck the other subject that doesn't have good relations. Wait, we're GP already? Oh, tight. Except... You have to be a GP to use that successful... or to threaten war. Which makes your CB good. So... Transportation code, gov reform that lowers road costs, yeah. You plugged yourself and now I'm annoyed. But it was relevant, it was germane. No, yeah. If it comes up in conversation, then I talk about it. But then I'm being like mildly ironic, like, if that makes sense. Because I'm like, nudge, wink, wink, plugging it, but you're absolutely right. Hype Train, Toponage, thank you for the Prime subscription. Now we have a Hype Train. See, there we go. Got it. Got him. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. People need their bag. I respect the game. Yeah, to some extent, yeah. The thing is like the strategy that's effective is like intrusive. Like, you respect the game, but like also you reduce the quality of like the content, right? If you're constantly doing it. Zero Moon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, much appreciated. Thank you so very much. My point exactly. Because now we're talking about the nature of subs and this type of thing, and the some people are here for like the EU5 stuff, right? And so like it comes to like a matter of like interrupting in the middle of videos, like with like this little baboop and this type of thing. It's like an intrusion on your attention, and like a lot of the things that like social media companies do to like make you like constantly engaged or like this type of stuff like detracts from the quality of the service. Or there's just a lot of things that detract from the quality of the service that either are meant to capture your attention more or do like various things more. And more effectively. And so it's like the things that would annoy me I try not to do. But to be fair, not everything necessarily annoys me, but we did want this road as well. I think we were building to the one that didn't have the wetlands. Yeah, we're building this one. But that's the more important one for us to build to. I think we'll just spend our money now, rather than forgetting to spend it, because that's like kind of how we would handle that otherwise. We would just forget. trying to find an overlap between where we don't have roads and where we have decent RGOs, because building the road will increase the development, which will increase how much RGO we get. I guess the alum? The alum's going to have a fat penalty too, so actually this is one of the more important roads. Yeah. It's going to have a really big penalty because it's in the mountains. So it's got minus 90% here. And then plus 5%, so 15%. So we will more than double the dev growth here by virtue of adding it, in terms of how the math shakes out. Photo and Decay, thank you for the 3-month subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Now we gotta catch up on chat. Self-fulfilling prophecy, gotta will it into existence. Yeah, but the theoretical best thing is just like to, in the middle of what you're doing, like when you're explaining something, or like after you say a joke or something, be like, by the way, guys, are you aware that if you have a Amazon Prime, like blah blah blah, you could subscribe for free at no cost to yourself. Did you know that you could log into your parents' Amazon? You know, that type of thing. Rise of Ming. Oh, maybe we're supposed to use grab a CB on Yuan. Oh, we don't have anywhere to generate enough support. Yuan's just super weak right now. We could no CB. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Claim the mandate of heaven. That's to take the capital. Yeah, screw it. I think we'll keep that up because we want to steal tech. Lore dump. Man can cosplay capitalism 53, but struggles to be a good capitalist IRL. Well, it's like, so here's the thing is, like, there's a lot of things I could do to, like, make... So, like, clickbait in general, I try not to do it, because what it does is it, like, sometimes, not all the time, it's like, let's say 20% of the time, someone's annoyed, they clicked on something, they thought it was something else, it wasn't what they expected, and they're disappointed, and they had a bad experience. It's like, okay. So 20% of the time when I do clickbait, that's what happens, let's say. Or it's probably a smaller percent, but just let's say. They would not have clicked otherwise, and we got them to click. We got them. What I earn off of that is actually just a fraction of a cent. So, like, giving someone a negative experience for a fraction of a cent, it's a little bit loose. But the thing is the way in which, like, my experience of, like, content creation is entirely mediated is just through stats. So the personal element of it, like, emotionally and, like, just in terms of, like, how it works is often just filtered out. So it's easy to forget that this is, like, the way that it's going. So, like, I don't begrudge content creators that are, like, doing it like that, but, like, well, I do a little bit, but not a lot. But it's like, do I really want to, like, make someone have a worse experience for, like, a fraction of a cent? And it's like, not really. You know? Now, if I think someone owes me for some reason or another, and, like, they're, like, obligated to, like, or something like this, like, I don't mind, like, creating an experience for them that wouldn't necessarily be the best experience, let's say, or something like this, but... Remember that you like and subscribe, hit the bell? Yeah, basically. To feeling when you're a GP because you're an empire? Oh yeah, that's exactly it. So we can threaten war because of that, yeah. We insulted him just because, we were hoping that that would move the needle. But we're just way stronger, so he's just willing to give us the bag. I don't think we actually get any antagonism from doing that, though. So maybe that's actually okay. Is that decent? We'd love to work our way towards Ayutthaya. So we got claims on the wrong province, to be honest. Alright. Let's grab Prim. Oh, this is the entire province? We're just gonna get a province for free? Oh, I think we're into that. Oh, it's just that? Alright, well, we're kind of into that. And so this creates a truce, but we didn't get any antagonism, right? That seems okay, I guess. I'm not even sure how to evaluate that. But I stopped to make up for it, so relax. There we go. Would you rather bench 500 or be the world's best EU5 player? Probably bench 500. That'd be... Yeah. Probably bench 500. It requires much less marginal effort to get better at EU5 than it does to get to benching 500 pounds. What, in a suit? I can bench 500 in a suit, actually, so... Yeah. I'm here for the loud card, not the EU5. Finally, someone got the right priorities. How do we push a location to 100 dev? It's a little bit tough, but hosting a parliament there gives you hosting parliament gives you quite a bit of dev, so your capital tends to get a lot of dev. But what we're starting to do is we're actually hosting the parliament here, because a lot of our stuff is going to go through here in terms of proximity. That is going towards our, like, highest pop area in our nation. Like, a lot of our pop is down here. We actually also really want to upgrade this. I think we'll save up for that. It's 1,200 ducats. But it's really hurting our ability to grow pops. And, like, it's not just that we're missing out on however much percent pop growth, is we're missing out on however much percent pop growth on 172k flat pops. 1 car equals 1 prime sub. You know what I need to do is I need to make a soundboard thing where it's, like, actually a loud car sound when people sub. I think that this is what I need to do. We're getting negged. 2 plugs in 10 minutes for the subs. Yeah. Negged. Is that even... I don't think that's the right term there. What would a neg for viewers be? Like a backhanded compliment. For those of you who don't know what a neg is, traditionally used on women, like, because it's supposed to, like, be effective or something. What would a viewer neg be? I'm glad you guys are smart enough to watch me teach you how to play the game or something like this. Where the compliment is you guys are smart, but the insult is you guys don't know how to play or something. Korea seems like a good country, yeah. If you're still thinking of leaving YouTube due to financial reasons, is it worth the long run due to... is it not worth the long run due to what you need to maximize growth and income? I mean, it's kind of... But there's the ends must justify the means types of reasoning, which I think is, like, complicated to evaluate. It's much easier to just, like, look at the individual action, right? And when I say complicated to evaluate, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, like, there's more cognitive, like, legwork involved in that type of analysis, you know? We're probably keeping that rural. 500 pounds or 500 kilos? I would sell my soul to bench 500 kilos. Yeah. That's like, yeah. Alarm woke you up mid-bench? Yeah, benched last night. You woke up and you apologized? Yeah. Classic. I used to love, when I was teaching chess to kids, that was one of my favorite things to do. Is like, well, not bench 1,000 when I was asleep, but say that I beat, like, or no, I wouldn't even say that I beat him. I said, like, if they would, like, ask if I could beat, like, Gary Kasparov in chess. Which is, like, an absurd question if you know anything about chess, but they're kids, so, like, whatever. And I said if I beat Gary Kasparov, the first thing I would do would be, I would wake up and then I would apologize. It'd be my bad, Gary. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to have that dream. It's 10 minutes and I haven't gotten a sub. Someone sub. Oh yeah, is that a neg? Y'all too poor to sub. That's a neg. Is that a neg? No, that's not a compliment though. That's like berating people to try and get them to sub. It's not quite a neg. I can't believe you're not subbed to the channel. That's crazy. Guess you guys will need a tutorial on how to click the follow button too, huh? Maybe that's a neg. That's just like the idea of the neg is to make the person feel bad, but also feel like you're complimenting them, right? And so, like, it's to lower self-esteem while appearing to be complimentary. Like, I think one of the, like, things that got used as an example of a neg was, like, telling a girl that you really like her dress and that you saw it, like, on someone else or in the store or something like this. But the idea is that, oh, what she's wearing really isn't that unique, but you like it, right? So that's a nice dress. I saw it on a couple girls the other night, which, like, it appears like you're complimenting her, but you're, like, not really complimenting her. T-Ponage, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Woobo, thank you for the resub. 2 months. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Imagine if every single one of these sub noises was a loud car, though. The stream would be so much better. Vroom, 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 vroom. Maybe I should just make a loud car noise every time someone subs. That's maybe the real strategy. But yeah, the you guys are too, like, I can't believe you're not subbed. Guess I need to teach you. That's not, like, quite a neg. That's, like, berating people. Although, like, to some degree, when you're, like, doing something that's supposed to be a neg, like, you actually make it seem more insulting and less subtle, I suppose. 500 kilos is a world record? Is it the world record for... It would be the world record raw. It would super be the world record raw. The world record raw is like, I think under 800 pounds. I think Blaine Sumner's done over 500 kilos, though, on a bench. Or as he would say, raw with wraps. Oh, he's the first to do 500, or 1,000 pounds. Yeah, so 500 kilos is probably world record. I don't follow equipped lifted too much. Problem with understanding ethics and philosophy, it becomes a problem with everything you do. Yeah, no, it is, I have significant issues with paralysis by analysis. Like, as a person, I overthink things. Which, I mean, like, maybe this is why some people like some of my runs and stuff, but it's not lost on me that I play very slow. What are we doing spending money? We're trying to save up to upgrade to a city. Just be like LTT and make the plugs a joke. To some degree, talking about it... Well, when I started talking about it, I tried to make it funny, yeah. But that was, like, less, like, planning to make a joke plug. You know what would be actually, like, mildly funny is... making a separate channel, calling it Generalist Shill, and all it does is beg for subs. And it's just like 100% like sub trapping, or getting people to buy like whatever XYZ stuff. And then like I just, hey, if you want to support my channel, and I just redirect them to Generalist Shill. The monkey paw is that you can only bench 500 kilos and don't get effective strength in any other position. I'm pretty strong in other positions. If I could bench 500 kilos, I would be... I could squat and deadlift enough right now. You mean I lose all my strength too? That would be kind of rough. But I could squat and deadlift enough now that I think I would be... I don't know if I'd instantly have the world record, but I'd be pretty close for total. Because I could squat close to 700 and deadlift like 6 pounds, not kilos. And so if I could bench 500 kilos raw, 1,300, I would have a 2,500 pound total. I don't think that's a world record, but that's like, you know, it's a nag, not an egg. You're right. Your face looks good today. Yeah, that's an perfect. That's an example of an egg, because it implies their face doesn't look good every day. It's not quite subtle enough, but that's the idea, yeah. The lead loyalists. You lost some weight? Lost some weight is a good one. Thank you for the subs. That's the real neg. This man's hitting us with it. the real neg is thank you for the subs. No, I do appreciate the subs and the support, everyone. Thank you so very much. Sound clip it and ship it, not like this. Usually you screw up, so I'm surprised you managed it this time. Yeah, exactly. Or I guess like if you congratulate someone on their performance like they always do badly, is like that's like a neg, right? Because sometimes people are actually trying to compliment you because you like suck at something, and then like you know that the only reason they're complimenting you like that is because you're actually ass at the thing, and it's actually like not a compliment. But that's like exactly what a neg is supposed to be. Just like, yeah. As a pattern, though, like, I don't know. Like, yeah. Negs are a vibe. I'm happy that they get made fun of. Trying to trace some roads in a way that is going to give us some dev here. We already have a road from here, right? Did we never get it done? Yeah, we already have the road there. I guess copper and coal. Let's just connect these. We just want the dev there. It's not going to actually give them proximity to the capital, so we'll just do it like that. Lisa's a great name. My dog's name is Lisa. Yeah, that's another good one. I'm sorry, unrelated note, but could you realistically keep land in Africa and Asia direct owned by you? Does the maritime presence even matter at that point? From Kumai? Africa is a bit of a stretch. We could definitely get stuff, like, we could get stuff to here. That's definitely feasible for us. I play on speed 3 and pause as much as you. Is that supposed to be a neg? Wait, what? Was that a neg example? I tend to have some similar thinking patterns, so I find your content much more relatable. Yeah. Why are you building roads directly downstream? The dev bonus. Has road. What's your leg press? I don't know. Like, my leg press would just be like, oh, considerably over 1,000 pounds. I haven't like tried to max out on leg press. When I've had like when I've had injuries like that prevent me from squatting, I've like leg press sometimes and like just do like 400 or 500 for some reps or whatever just to get a pump. Leg press like just doesn't. It's like it's a bad metric of like strength because like what you could do with leg press to like cheese it, it's like just too cheesable. You could just change angles and this type of stuff. So like if I wanted to like. It probably wouldn't be very hard for me to leg press 500 kilos. Your hair looks good today, yeah. The essence of the neg is narcissistic. You have a discernment. As you discern the target's good trait is insufficient. I'm glad you're all self-aware to know you're not good enough at the game. No, I mean, so the essence of the neg being narcissistic, I mean, I think the framing of, like, the neg or, like, why you would want to neg someone is coming from, yeah, like, a narcissistic or self-involved, like, thing. Because, like, in theory, if you wanted to become involved with someone, you'd probably want to increase their quality of life, and so insulting them doesn't really increase their quality. Or making them think less of themselves probably doesn't increase their quality of life, right? So there's, like, that issue with the neg. But, like, the neg itself is supposed to make you feel unworthy of the person delivering the neg. Right? So it's you coming from a position of being the person who purveys or evaluates value or like this type of thing. We want tools here. Right, you are the arbiter of value, and so then you make them, like, seeking your approval or something like this. This is the idea. Koki, a playthrough when? Probably never. I don't like doing those runs where you just like sit around forever. Neg or nag equals backhanded compliment. Yeah. Dumb question. How do you know what pop conversion is from buildings? For Ethiopia, does cathedrals and monasteries do conversion? Not a dumb question. You click on a location, you go to demography tab, and then you can look at the conversion, and it'll give you a breakdown for what's causing the conversion, whether it's base amount or percentage or this type of stuff. Call me vassal because Generalist makes me feel safe. Ayo, let's go. What would be the neg response to that? You're looking safe today. No, that's not. Hey, you pronounced Kumai correctly. That's an egg. Hey, that's right, because that's like the thing that makes me think, right, is like, oh man, I mispronounce stuff bad all the time, but you're complimenting me on pronouncing Kumai. Yeah, that's a good example. That is indeed an egg. Well, I think negs have to be intentional for them to be negs. Otherwise, like if you're just speaking to someone normally and they give you a compliment that actually makes you like inwardly insecure, like I don't think that's automatically a neg. I think the neg I think it has to have the intention of being a neg for it to be a neg. We keep building roads, but we keep wanting to save up for the city. But we just get so... another reason for building the roads... Oh, sorry. The person who asked about the roads, it's not just the dev. It's also creating the roads now gets rid of the proximity impact of vegetation. So this forest is giving us minus 25 or plus 25% prox cost. So even though the river is flat reducing by more, the forest overriding or getting rid of that penalty, you see that we don't have that penalty, is really valuable, because otherwise this would cost us 2 more prox. Yeah. As the Norway, Denmark, Indonesia would be very feasible. True. Also, we could move our capital into Indonesia region. It's like not that big a commitment for us. We could move our capital like over here somewhere. Maybe it's kind of a big commitment once we've already built all this up, but... Bridges? Also bridges. Bro, we're cooked. Everything is now an egg. As it turns out, people often make other people feel bad. In my mind, like, if you have no idea what you're doing and you're not trying to make someone feel more insecure, then, like, it's not an egg. Implied in all these examples of negs is the intention to like make someone feel insecure. Let's actually not build on the outskirts because it's not connecting to anything. Yeah. Oh yeah, so all these bridges are just bad except for this one. This bridge is fine. Lightweight baby. I play very slow, so I'm new to the game, but trying to learn how to small interactions and how to min-max. Yeah, but like I think that was in response to me talking about other players playing fast than me. Like, Playmaker, I think I mentioned, like, he plays, like, 3 to 4 times as fast as me. Playmaker has a ton of hours. He understands the game. He just, like, plays a lot faster. I think he doesn't micro as much as I do, but, like, you can't possibly micro that much and play 4 times faster. I mean, I guess in theory you could, but I don't think that's what's going on. Yeah, let's stop. Let's leave it on this map mode and catch up with chat, because what we care about is getting this to being a city. Came for EU5 advice, got negging advice. Yeah, that's a good example for a neg. Right? Because the idea is you made me feel bad, and then you're saying I'm delivering something, but this is a perfect neg. You're learning. And you see that? That's a neg too. You're learning. No, but like yeah, the frame of mind you have to like have for like for you to spend a ton of attention on negging when like you're talking to someone who you're interested in is just like not healthy. Irrespective of how effective they are, it depends how you define effective. Giving with someone being effective versus being a happy effective are like 2 different metrics too. We keep on going back to the roads, being like, I want to build a road. I want to build a road. No, we're not gonna build a road. We're gonna get more of our pop. I think sometimes negs are just socially clumsy accidents. I think oftentimes something that could be a neg is exactly that. It's socially clumsy. And so that's the idea, is the ideal neg makes the person feel bad, but also they can't possibly be mad at you because they think you're trying to compliment them. Like the essence of the correct neg. I was just rage betting. Big true. It removes the penalty even if you're not using it in proximity. That's super strong then. Yeah, so this is update in the open beta. Hey Generalist, when do you normally spend money? I'm playing in Poland and I feel when I have money to build, my queue is still working its way down. When do you normally spend money? That's like just kind of a vague question. Eventually you kind of stop spending, but I like to do big spends right after Parliament, or not have any big spends like within 1 or 2 years of Parliament early on in the game. Because Parliament can often give you discounts, and so you don't want to spend a bunch right before you get a discount, and so having a bank going into Parliament can be pretty useful. And so that's one of the big heuristics. Negging is a persistent streak to develop a dependence on the person doing the negging. Yes, because they are simultaneously like the arbiter of value, and they're like you're like pseudo not living up to their thing, but at the same time they're providing validation. Which is like, yeah, they're simultaneously like lowering your self-esteem, and they are a source of validation, which is a nice little wombo combo. Had fun testing the Norway, Denmark, see if I could get control to Newfoundland. Microing maritime with the transatlantic corridor was annoying. I bet, but you probably can. Ad break, BRB, womp womp. Ad break, classic nag. Look at you giving us ads. Actually, that's not a neg at all. it's not close. Alright, so we should be able to get the city here next month. Employment system, haven't noticed. I prefer infrastructure and then most profitable. But yeah. I think if you think someone, one of the reasons why like a neg has to be intentional is, I think if you think someone's negging you, you have justification to be really kind of upset with them. And if someone's just trying to be nice, like they're trying to compliment you, but it actually just makes you more insecure, that being mad at them is like deeply inappropriate. So. I guess it's possible to neg unintentionally in the sense that the person negging has internalized the kind of behavior. If they intentionally internalize the behavior, I think it's negative. If they, like, accidentally internalized it, then, like, I don't think it's bad. Like, morally or something like this. I think ideally you should... If there are people who are around you and you want them to be around you and you want them in your life, ideally, like, you should want to increase the quality of their lives. Rather than having something be like maladaptive and negative. And if you're not like confident enough to think that they won't abandon you, then that sucks, I guess. I don't know. I don't think the solution's negging them though, or picking up this negging strategy. Although it's like it's not like those strategies don't work. I think some people who don't like them like to act like they don't work. And it's a bit more complicated than that. Like, when I was bouncing at the nightclub, I actually saw one of those pickup artist guys. That was one of the people on, like, VH1's The Pickup Artist. And I saw him, there's this regular who's pretty good with women, and I saw this dude just snake some chick from the regular. It was very funny and amusing to watch. Because I understood what was going on. NWN Zakir, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. But, like, I don't think that those people are necessarily very happy. Have you seen the Micro and Solaris PvP? I've not. You're one of my favorite channels to watch when other people aren't streaming. Hey, that's perfect. That's the perfect thing. It's so good. We got him. Or, like, I love hanging out with you when so-and-so isn't available. Perfect. Slam dunk. Ship it. Do we have anything that's, like, really making a lot of money on buildings? I don't think we have buildings that are really on the margin making a ton of tax base. Oh, we didn't know where we wanted the Jewelers Guild. We do have coal. I don't think we want to urbanize up there, though. It's kind of gross. That we don't have, like, we have a place, but it's too far for it to matter. Elephant hunting ground is kind of doing okay here, so we'll continue to expand that out, especially because it creates demand for elephants. So on the back end, it's actually more profitable than it looks. I guess we expand this in the capital. Very often, I think building the jewelry in the capital makes sense. And it makes sense because you care about efficiency per input. And the two drivers of efficiency per input are whether you have a production bonus there and control. And so you always have really high control in the capital. But as I was mentioning before, I'm not sure. It might be better to build it like jewelry here. It won't make more money because it has less market access, but if looking at it from an efficiency per input perspective, because we have a bonus towards, it's only like, yeah, it's not a very big bonus. So maybe it's not so good, but if we were to build a second jewelry place, it'd probably be here, because this is going to be the next highest control place that does have a production bonus, because it's right next to, or it's in the same province as that. Oh, we could actually also use our auto expand. Right? We have the mod for this. Where is this? Don't we have the mod? Oh, the mod just bricked. The mod self-bricked somewhere along the line. We don't have the option to do it. Okay. Well, I guess we know that we're not endorsing the mod then. There's like a separate thing in the UI for you to click. Or maybe we don't have eyes. Maybe we need to look at the mod again. You feel you're the add the Suez and Panama canals? Maybe Suez. I can't imagine Panama would make much sense. I think it's really low on the priority list for them to be adding content for like the 1800s or something. Generalist, you're bald. Take that. You've been negged. There we go. You got him. Or your head looks really good shaved. Your head looks really good shaved is like actually like probably a pretty solid one. Because, like, the fact that I can't grow out my hair is, like, a subject for insecurity, but, like, in no way does your head looks really good shaved seem like someone's trying to lower my self-esteem, right? Yeah, that one's good. Negs can't be compliments. Ayo. Do I need to collapse the price of lumber before negging? Yes. After starting the rivers PNG file and doing some maps staring at the game, the answer to why the river's flowing is varied is just some rivers are better than others. So it depends on the river, and sometimes you don't know which river is applying. Yeah, because there's like two, like, that's probably it. So, like, you know what it is like, this is a little river, and then all these are on the big river, but this one's on the little river, so it gets a little bit of a littler bonus. I know that they actually have, internally, they have, like, different scaling and ratings for the rivers, and that the reason why there's, like, no rivers in England is because they pulled back the amount of rivers they had based on some metric. I don't know if it was, like, total water throughput or width or, like, length or what exactly it was. But they keep track of some of the stuff internally. And so that probably makes sense that they would scale something if they have what is it, a way of like differentiating between rivers. It would make sense that they have some sort of scaling on it too, considering they've already done the work of differentiation, which is like the harder portion of the work. I love your collabs with XYZ, also a good nang. That one's actually very solid. No, I wouldn't think that, like, my audience is trying to neg me with that one. I think, in general, my radar is really low on if my audience is trying to neg me, though. Like, I'm generally not trying to... To some degree, you're gonna be over-defensive if you're, like, constantly thinking, is this person negging me? And, like, someone typing to try and make me feel insecure while pretending to compliment me is, like... Probably not a very efficient strategy, because you could just insult me on it like an alternate. That's probably much better. I love to play your videos in the background. Also great. Also great. You know what's the good one? I like to play them when I'm to fall asleep to. I like to fall to sleep one. People, I literally always feel like people are complimenting me with that one, but it never makes me feel good. It's actually like the stone best, I think. Which I'm not trying to get on your case if you, like, fall asleep to my videos, but, like, that actually is probably the... Level 8 Night Generalist stream to Sarah... Yeah, exactly, 100%. This is the neg. That's the audience neg. Harsh review of the mod went on a beta patch. I know, right? I should neg the mod. The mod's okay. No, wait, no. How do we neg the mod? What's the play here? Just, you guys tuned in for Kumai, and it's really just a stream on negging. The water map's back? The river mode? No, we have a mod for it. I really like that if I would ever want to see your weightlifting videos, I can look for them. That's a good one, too. It's not as good as the falling asleep one. Yeah, I think Sleepwatchers are huge for retention, I think. Yeah, they actually probably are some of the better viewers, because they're like 100% retention. And especially if they put on a playlist. Oh, baby. This is a great job for a beginner modder. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Negging and Black Death mechanics. Oh my god. Generalist, you really know how to do the Black Death well when you pay attention. Classic. Yeah, the fall asleep viewers are actually probably just some of the better viewers from the, like, metric side of things. We were saying that we like Market Villages a little bit better now. How are they doing in terms of profit per each? We have to remember that not calculated into this is the fact that they increase market access. I think we should have cheap masonry right now, so we don't need to, like, stress it too much. The horse mason. Burgers are importing what? Libraries do take a ton of masonry. Alright, fair. Let's subsidize it though. And then... again, we're building these where we have either clay or stone for the input modifier. I could fall asleep, then I'd turn it over to stream and think it's working. Wait, what? You're the top channel I watched this year? Thank you, thank you. You have a soothing voice too? Maybe. Good night chat? Yep, that's another one. I can't take any more of this stream. No, I'm just kidding. I guess to some degree, like, saying something insulting and then just kidding is, like, almost a neg. I don't think that that's quite as, like, it's like a bad one. Not very good one. When and where do you decide to put down new markets? So, the idea is... so there's two pressures. The first pressure is that, you want to have your production buildings in the same market as their inputs, because this generally will make them more profitable, because if we have iron as an input, right, our iron will be more profitable when we have more demand for it, and because it will sell at a higher price. So this location that's selling iron makes us more money when we have demand for iron, because it drives up the price. Similarly, stuff that uses iron as an input is also more profitable, because this is based on the margin, the sell price of the goods minus the input price, and so when iron's cheaper, it will be more profitable. And so when we have them both in the same market, the tools drive up the price of iron to make the iron more profitable, and simultaneously the iron drops down the price of iron relative to if we just had only tools, and makes the inputs cheaper. And so both of these get to generate more tax base. So that is one effect that you have on markets, which makes you want to have a large market. The bigger the better. The second thing is market access will throttle how much buildings you produce, or sorry, how much goods your buildings produce. Can we get a market access tooltip? And this will make it so you produce fewer goods. It will also make it so your RGOs sell for less, but you won't produce less of the RGO. And so there is an overlap of, there's two conflicting forces, and the answer is you want big markets for the market effects we just described, and you want small markets for market access. Also, I think that generally speaking, big markets are a little bit better for trades. And so you should probably want relatively a bigger market generally for your central market and slightly smaller ones for other ones. And so often what you want to do is you want to have and then a third thing is like geographically speaking, you want markets inside pockets. This dress has pockets where you can get a lot of or pockets of open terrain, because you're going to spread both market access and control better there. And you also want it specifically pockets where you can get a lot of control. And so, like, kind of an example of where you want a bunch of little markets that is maybe a good one is if you have London and the London market, specifically having you will get a lot of control in Antwerp, so having a market there is good. And you'll get a lot of control in North France, so having a market there is good. And you could even do a market like over here, because you will have nice clearings where you will have a lot of control and can get a lot of market access, and having those other ones be smaller, not too big a deal, because then you'll have a really strong overlap between market access and control, and so that will generally be good. My fiance called me short, and then she said she's kidding, but I'm 5'2". That is a little on the short side. She's a little short-sighted, though. She's insulting you for that. Alcoraz, thank you for the follow. Big dice. Yeah, I don't think you could be... I don't think it's... usually when someone has to say just kidding, it's because there's a grain of truth to it, and it's like they're just kidding that they said it. But, like, I have a friend who's 6'4". If I call him shortstop, he knows I'm kidding. You know what I mean? I don't need to say just kidding. I think usually when you have to say just kidding is kind of when you say something bigoted to be funny, and you don't really mean it. More so than, like... Well, I guess the joke is that she cares about it. She probably doesn't care about your height, right? And then the just kidding is that she cares about it, because she doesn't, right? Right? Right. I would imagine that's... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Never mind. I take it all back. My analysis. When do you destroy a market versus keep it? It just has to do with the overlap type of thing. So we might want just a mega huge market, because this is all hills anyways. And it's a bunch of wood, and wood just largely functions as input. Like, we don't care about the price of the wood that much. It has a low base price, and this will just be inputs. So we might actually delete this market. This market's a nice candidate for us to delete so that we can have a bigger main market. And so deleting this one would make a lot of sense. But we also might move this market up here, or try and have more market access over here, because there's a gold pile here, and elephants, and a gold pile here. And so we would prefer to... So we can squeeze our own market by moving this market north. And then if we move this market north, a market here might make sense. And so you're trying to maximize market access while also maximizing, like, market size. You want a cross-section of the two. You're so smart, you would get promoted to a burger. Chat, what's this guy yapping about? Yeah. Yeah, that's an insult, not a neg. The truth hurts. This guy's got a degree in yapology. Doesn't know how to play the game. Target's keeping us in line. We'll focus up. So you see, well, actually, is that a low-key neg? Let's think about it. Because, okay, on one hand, Tarkus is obviously making a joke, right? But on the other hand, I am yapping. But he's like, it's like he's trying to joke with chat, but like, is he really? Well, have roads and rivers always stacked for market access? Is this new on this patch? They have always stacked, now they don't anymore for market access. It just uses whichever one's best. Do we think the bog iron? I don't think we have a single one of these actually yet, so we'll build one just so that when we try and sort by, and like when we use this to try and figure out what to build, we'll have like some idea of how much money it's making. Our margins aren't great. Weaponsmith, I think, does care about wood, so we could build this in a place where we have wood. I think we would here. And we already have a weaponsmith. Alright. I mean, I guess. I think we'll have some good RGOs here, but we're kind of running out of them. Yeah. A lot of these have gotten better as we've gotten more market access and control. Why does Castile have that one random location between Normandy and Paris? We don't talk about that. You guys want to see the map because the AI is being crazy? Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Is that not a revolution? Brother. Wait, is that Milan? What's going on here? Yeah, okay, Castile took some random exclaves from Normandy. Maybe Normandy joined... Normandy took chunks off of France, though? Or did they expand into other French subjects? I think they just took over other French subjects, so Normandy's gotten bigger. Valencia got released. Oh, this is part of this is the AI taking more stuff. The AI takes more stuff. They're more efficient about using their war score now, but they don't necessarily want the antagonism. So I guess we'll see a lot more releases. We see Sardinia gets released here. Valencia gets released. Moravia starts out in the game. Tyrol is a different color. Bohemia is blobbing into Bavaria. The Bohemia blob is going to be a vibe. Ottoman's expanding a little bit more than normal. Karasid's also expanding more. I don't know if they're a subject of the Ottomans. Oh, we can see their diplomacy here. No access. Is Pest a subject of anyone? No, they're just free. Holy shit. Wait, what? I saw something before I started stream about releasing... Can you just release random counties as free subjects now? Crazy. Timurid is actually doing stuff. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my Jeebus. So... I actually have to use the bathroom a little bit, so maybe this is one of the more interesting things to look at here. I will be right back. Alright, back in the room chat. Yeah. Oh, Muscovy's actually just gotten clapped. You didn't realize that. Smolensk is huge. How do you like the beta? I think I generally like the beta. I don't like what they did with the river map mode, but you could just install the mod, so it's not a big deal. It's really strange that water access is actually worse for market than land. Yeah, this is something I have left feedback on. I'm not... Maritime presence doesn't help it out at all, which is kind of weird. I think water access is, like, better per node. You can see, actually, it is pretty good for the segments here. But the thing is it doesn't receive anywhere near as much of a discount as proximity does when going overseas, so generally you do stuff over land, yeah. Let's slow this down and catch up on chat. Every market center you control also gives you a push towards mercantilism.